Good evening. Welcome to the Durham Planning Commission. The members of the Durham Planning Commission are appointed by the City Council and the County Board of Commissioners to make recommendations to the elected officials. We emphasize that the elected officials have the final say on any issue before us tonight. You will be given the ability to speak at the appropriate time. If you have pre-registered, your name will be called so you can make your comments, just like an in-person public hearing. That's with the Zoom access. You may also call in during the meeting tonight by dialing 1-301-715-8592. If you call in during the meeting, you will need to wait until the particular public hearing you are interested in starts. After all of the pre-registered speakers have shared their comments, the chair will ask if there was anyone else wishing to speak. At that point, you will need to digitally raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone, and when recognized, state your name and address before making your comments. The applicants have a total of 10 minutes for a presentation. Each speaker after the applicant has 2 minutes to speak. We have 5 cases. Public hearing is closed. Finally, I ask everyone here on the Zoom and the commission members, the staff, and the public to conduct themselves in a courteous and respectful manner. If someone fails to act in that manner, the chair will ask the offending person or persons to be muted on the Zoom until such time as they can regain personal control. If decorum fails to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until a genuine commitment to act respectful and courteous is observed. Thank you. May we have the roll call, please?
Good evening. Chair Cameron is on her way. Vice Chair Shigaris.
Here.
Commissioner Cutright.
Here.
Commissioner Graves-Mans.
Here.
Commissioner Gurham.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson has an excused absence. Commissioner Kopak.
Here.
Commissioner McIver.
Here.
Commissioner Cease.
Here.
Commissioner Trapp. Commissioner Valentine.
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Commissioner Woke.
Here.
Commissioner Young.
Here.
All right, we have quorum.
Excellent. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Staff do not have any adjustments to the agenda this evening.
All right, so can we have approval of the minutes and consistency statements from the last meeting? That what's next? Have a motion?
Motion to approve, Madam Chair. Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Trapp and seconded by Commissioner Cease to approve the minutes and consistency statements. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Okay, let me. The first case is Z2200060 Sheffield Farms. May we have the staff report?
Vice Chair Shigaris. I need to recuse myself, not through any affiliation with the current applicant, but through prior work and affiliation with the current property owner.
Okay.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Brooke Roper with the City County Planning Department. This is Sheffield Farms. The following information summarizes the application. Erica Latham of MI Homes proposes to change the zoning designation of a portion of one parcel of land totaling approximately 220 acres and located at 8422 Farrington Mill Road. The current zoning is residential rural. The applicant proposes to change this designation to planned development residential 3.241 to allow up to 702 units consisting of single-family, townhouse, and apartment units. The properties are currently designated mixed use and recreation and open space on the place type map. The proposed planned development residential 3.241 zoning is inconsistent with the designated place type of mixed use neighborhood and recreation and open space. If the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the place type map to designate the entire property as mixed residential neighborhood. Here's a map of all properties noticed for the neighborhood meeting. Moving on to the next slide, the existing zoning is residential rural. The site is surrounded by residential rural and planned development residential. The aerial map shows the general location of the project in southwestern Durham. The applicant has included graphic and text commitments, including the construction of a 10-foot shared multi-use path along the west side of Farrington Mill Road and a $300,000 contribution to the Durham Dedicated Housing Fund. The applicant has proposed tree preservation areas in 6 different locations throughout the site, 9 access points and stream buffers along various locations on site. The applicant also held a neighborhood meeting on November 14th, 2022, where 53 community members were in attendance. A total of 3 meetings were held. The proposal in its current form is not UDO compliant with UDO paragraph 3.3.7 based on a review of the TIA conducted for this development. The city and NCDOT have identified the improvements to the surrounding roadway network that are needed to accommodate the proposed development. Per the UDO, mitigation measures shall be conditions of development approval, and any modification or deletion shall require the same approval process that was required for the original project. The applicant proposes to condition all improvements, which could ultimately lead to improvements not being made or required. The surrounding transportation system cannot support development of the proposed intensity without construction of the mitigation measures identified. The applicant indicated they are unwilling to include the required improvements without condition. On the next slide, the proposed planned development residential 3.241 zoning is inconsistent with the designated place type of mixed use neighborhood and recreation and open space. Staff have determined that the proposal is inconsistent as the proposal does not include a mix of residential and non-residential uses, is not within a 15-minute walk of nearby amenities, and does not preserve land designated as recreation and open space as noted in the comprehensive plan. The site is also in one of the future growth areas identified in the comp plan. In order to remove the FGA designation, a lift station that serves the entire FGA designated area will need to be constructed. The applicant has not committed to the construction of the lift station or the force main on the development plan, and a utility extension agreement has not yet been finalized at this point. The proposal is an environmentally unique and sensitive area as well, and no recommendations from the NHP report have been committed to or addressed, and no sustainability commitments have been offered. Thank you. The staff and applicant are available for questions.
Permission to speak, Chair. Alexander Cahill with the Planning Department. We just wanted to note for those watching at home, there are some technical difficulties, and so there is no closed captioning at this time tonight. We apologize for that. We can make records available of this meeting in any format that you need, but we just wanted to point that technical difficulty out tonight.
All right. At this time, we will call the community members. We have the sign-up sheet. You opened it.
Not yet. We just had staff.
Okay, at this time, we'll open up the public hearing, and the first person on the list is Larry Tatum. You gave him 2 minutes. No. Okay, so I want to be clear that all community participants have 2 minutes to speak. Oh, we haven't done the applicant yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I'm trying to get the applicant. Trying to figure out where she was. Not the community yet, the applicant. I apologize. Yes.
And one more clarification, the applicant was concerned that we didn't make the statement, so we want to make sure it's clear. All planning items have been noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of those notices are available upon request from the planning department.
And did we make clear that the applicant has 10 minutes today and all commissioners have 5 minutes to speak and community has 2 minutes to speak? So that's clear. All right, thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Chair Cameron, Vice Chair Shigaris, and members of the Planning Commission. I am Neil Ghosh at the Morningstar Law Group here in Durham. I'm representing the applicant for this proposed rezoning, which is MI Homes. We also have with us Mr. Earl Llewellyn with Kimley Horn, Laura Holloman, and I believe Jeremy Finch from McAdams, and Erica Latham with MI Homes. I want to thank Ms. Roper for the presentation of this matter, and I'll try not to be repetitive as you've already heard the basics, but I do think there's a bit more to this project than is presented in the staff report. When we filed the rezoning, the new comprehensive plan and place site map were being considered in draft form. This particular piece of property was and still is within the suburban tier, but in the original draft of the comp plan, the property was proposed to be taken out of the urban growth boundary. Ultimately, it was kept in the urban growth boundary by the city council and the Board of County Commissioners when they adopted the comp plan. What is interesting is that while in the initial draft, the property was slated to not be within the urban growth boundary at all, the recommendation and ultimately what was adopted for the place type map designation when this property was included in the urban growth boundary was mixed use neighborhood, which is one of the more intense designations there is. So somehow it went from do not extend services to this property to this needs to be mixed use. I personally question the logic behind that, but luckily the comp plan has guidance on how to deal with changes to the place type map. In fact, I believe it was Commissioner Cease's language in this regard that ultimately was supported by the Planning Commission at that time and eventually adopted as part of the comp plan. Policy 167 states that amendments to the place type map should only be permitted under certain circumstances, including whether the proposal demonstrates benefits to affordable housing, environmental goals, or approaches to equitable engagement and outcomes. I think that this is where this project falls, though I think the staff report would likely lead you to a different conclusion. On the environmental front, this project actually is pretty sound. Yes, we are talking about rezoning something like 218 acres, but we also have a commitment that the impervious will be limited to no more than 36%, which means only about 78 acres will be developed. The rest of the 140 acres is green space, tree cover, open space, or untouched. That's pretty significant. We also have committed to providing our tree cover through preservation only, meaning existing old growth trees will be preserved. That's another great commitment. The staff report implies that the project is inconsistent with the recommendations from the Natural Heritage Program. I would be curious to know how many folks know what the Natural Heritage Program is. It is a non-regulatory information gathering program aimed at 3 things. The first is to inventory North Carolina's natural heritage. Natural areas, I should say. The second is to gather and use information from those inventories to guide their recommendations in creating a network of nature preserves. And the third is to encourage the protection of natural heritage. The project already did 2 of those things. We had them inventory the site, and they gathered information to better inform their recommendations. If you actually read the report, you will see that they found no rare plants, flora or fauna during the inventory. They did find some natural areas, and in their estimation, some of those natural areas do not have evidence of past disturbances. This led them to conclude that the restoration potential of this project area is very high. They believe that with active management and restoration, the tract could harbor rare and uncommon species. We don't dispute the accuracy of those scientific statements, but to suggest that this project destroys the existing natural heritage area is false. It's not supported by the report. The report basically says that if you do not touch this land, it could become a natural heritage area. This, of course, ignores the fact that the property is subject to an active timbering and forestry management plan, and those trees will be removed at some point, whether by this project pursuant to the forestry plan. Bottom line is that area will not remain untouched. As it relates to equitable outcomes, this is one area where I believe the project excels. I think you will hear from members of the Nunn and Quinn families who have lived in this area for decades. Their family's story is truly amazing, but the point is that the main reason that this area was kept within the urban growth boundary in the current comp plan, it's them. Their family has for decades been trying to gain access to city water and sewer so that they can continue to live there and grow their family there. They have septic systems which are failing. The city acknowledges that serving this area with water, especially sewer, is an expensive and challenging endeavor, but the elected officials have determined that it is a worthy endeavor. Here again, I think the staff report misses the mark with respect to the sewer challenges. It correctly points out that we have not, on the development plan, committed to constructing the necessary sewer infrastructure to service that area. It also correctly points out that the utility extension agreement has not been finalized. Unfortunately, those statements lead one to believe that having a finalized utility extension agreement at this stage or committing to sewer infrastructure on a development plan are normal courses of action. You need look no further than the rest of your agenda to see that simply is not the case. I used to serve on the Planning Commission, and during my tenure, we did not once have a utility extension agreement included in the agenda packet. And while it's correct that a UEA has not been finalized, that of course cannot happen until the elected officials vote on it. For what it's worth, we actually already have signed the UEA. It's not, I mean, we're simply waiting for it to be finalized by the elected body. I have a signed copy of it here. It won't be signed until the elected officials vote on it. The UEA outlines this project's requirements for utility infrastructure, including installing a lift station to serve the entire area. If I didn't mention it already, we already signed it. We already agreed to it. We have looked into this aspect of the project significantly. Right now, our initial estimate simply to extend the sewer force main 3 miles to serve this area is around the $10 million mark, which is well in excess of a typical project. And with that price tag, it's no wonder the city does not have any plans to bring sewer to this area at this time. Fortunately, we do have plans to do that. And this helps drive an equitable outcome that has been long overdue. I've said a lot and I have more I could say, but I'm sure there will be many questions from you all. And I want to be sure to get to the traffic concern. I'll invite our traffic engineer, Mr. Earl Wellen, to say a few words about that.
Good evening, everyone. Earl Llewellyn with Kimley Horn, traffic engineer on this project. First of all, the study area for this project was quite extensive. A total of 10 intersections extending 2.5 miles in several directions away from the site. The project is committing to make improvements at numerous off-site intersections, but the need for these improvements is primarily driven by existing traffic and traffic from other approved developments in the area. For example, at the NC 751 Stagecoach intersection, site traffic will only account for 2% of the future build growth or the future build traffic volumes at that location. So the project is clearly paying their fair share toward improvements. Regarding the existing deficiencies, we did some additional analysis and found that 70% of the traffic on Barbie Chapel Road today is cutting through from Cary to Chapel Hill and vice versa. So the improvements that are proposed are really to address traffic that's not related to the site and to a large degree from other jurisdictions. Nevertheless, the improvements proposed will provide acceptable operations per city and DOT standards. Thank you.
And thank you. And to that, I'll just add a couple finer points to that. We do have a caveat note on this development plan related to the traffic improvements. And I don't normally have that on a development plan that I'd be representing it. This is a special case for a very specific reason. Some of the improvements, I think most of the improvements, require us to acquire right-of-way from the Army Corps of Engineers, otherwise known as the U.S. federal government. We've looked into this, and I think you guys have seen development plans. We don't normally have this caveat note, but it is the case that NCDOT, for example, and the city of Durham also do not have the authority to condemn or take that right-of-way if they wanted to. So we don't actually have a way to kind of backstop our ability to get that right-of-way. So we're committed to going through the process we've already started with the Army Corps, but if we can't get their approval, we need this caveat note on the development plan. And I will just note, you've heard that 70% of the traffic on this corridor doesn't even start or end in Durham. If nothing ever gets built on this property, the traffic at those intersections will get worse than it is today, and no one will be on the hook for the improvements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before I call up the community members, I just want to make sure from this sign-up sheet, we have some people that have said, yes, you have a slide presentation. So I want to be sure that you have the slide presentation and it's ready to go, because we have about 30 people signed up. And that's already 30 times 2 is 60. That's an hour. So we want to be efficient. If any of you all are presenting together, you need to let me know so you will line up and go one right after the other. So just want to make sure if I call your name, it's a yes here. If you do have a slide presentation. Larry Tatum, you do? Chuck, you have a slide presentation? No? Holt, Farley, you slide presentation, would you go second then? Elizabeth Moore and Rick, no? Ken Pugh? Yes. Okay, third. Annette Rice. Fourth. Kate. Peggy? Yes? No? Barry Saunders? Okay. Mr. Tatum? And then Holt, if you could be ready to go right when he's done. Can we start the 2 minutes, please, on the clock? You're giving him 10 minutes and 2 seconds? Wow.
I'll take it.
All right, go ahead, sir. Thank you. Once your presentation gets up.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Larry Tatum. I'm from 217 Bella Rose Drive, Chapel Hill. I am the VP also of, I'm the VP at Montclair HOA. I would like to use my time to address 2 specific areas, traffic and roadways. Based on the current level and as well as conditions, it is our concern that the plans the developer alludes to be contingent on approvals not yet obtained. Their idea that turn lanes and cutouts on a single lane roadway will solve the volume issue, I believe is naive and myopic. These could not be addressed. The increased flow potential based on their current number of units at 702 on top of the already 5,720 units in the immediate area that have been approved. Little Creek Bridge, as you can see, and the surrounding roadways are in a state of decline. Shoulder erosions and potholes, their repairs are cosmetic at best. The bridge was built in 1979 over a flood zone. and has increased usage rate of 24% over the last 12 years. As evidenced by the photos in the presentation, it is scheduled for repair or replacement in 2025. However, with the increased flow of traffic as well as the weight of heavy construction equipment, that date might need to be reevaluated. Deconstruction and reconstruction of that bridge will cut off access to Stagecoach Road, as well as increase all fire, ambulance, and police responses to that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Holt Farley.
Yes. Someone could help me move. Okay, I'm presenting a slide of the area just to make.
I'm sorry, can you state your name and your address?
I'm sorry. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Holt Farley, and I'm a longtime resident at 7313 Kepley Road, which is near the proposed development at Sheffield Farms. I would like to comment today on the traffic impact analysis in the proposal. While I'm not a traffic engineer, I do have a strong computer simulation background with engineering degrees from MIT and considerable relevant professional experience. The TIA analysis is utterly dependent upon a single day of traffic flow data collected in October of 2022. This is a period when COVID work from home restrictions was common. And so likely we've underestimated the traffic volumes. The TIA calculates very short intersection delay times for these baseline 2022 traffic data. These delays really seem untethered to daily experience driving in the area. Remarkably, the TIA makes no effort to confirm the calculated delay times match actual measured delay times. There is no verification in the TIA that the model and the calculations are correct. This is a fatal omission from any such analysis. For the year 2030 projections, the TIA assumes unrealistically low ambient traffic growth rates for the roads in the study. Additionally, the TIA included estimated traffic projections for only 2 of 8 approved housing developments in the study area. When Sheffield Farms traffic is included, the TIA projects lengthy intersection delays with delays of over 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elizabeth B.B. Moore.
Oh, okay.
Can we have assistance at the,
I think I need someone to show me where my slides are.
Which one is this?
Bibby Moore? I might use my glasses. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. You have a difficult job, and I thank you for being here. My name is Elizabeth Moore. I live at 109 Lariat Lane in Southwest Durham County for 34 years, and I'm only 500 feet from the proposed development. I have a background in environmental management. I worked from the Botanical Garden and the Natural Heritage Program. So let me advance this slide. Now I'm going to blow it here. Okay, how do I do that? Slideshow.
Let's try this.
Is it F5? Oh, well, I should just quit now, huh?
It's on the next.
I know, but how do I advance it? Okay. I know the planning board has made community feedback a priority, and we have done everything we can to communicate with the planning department and now you commissioners and see our lovely audience. we have posted more than 100 social pinpoint comments, and now that's been disabled as a way to give feedback. This is the reference that has already been given out. It's called a landscape analysis for wildlife habitat connectivity. The bottom line is this involves Durham, Orange, Chatham, and Wake County. The Natural Heritage Program has been a leader statewide in identifying plants and animals that are endangered and getting the owners of properties to protect them. In 33 seconds, I'm going to just say we have 7 watersheds in Durham County in the bottom left, the bottom left corner. That's the property we're talking about. The bottom left corner again is conservation area. And you can see here the dark green. So here's my ask. I'm asking that the area remain rural, residential, and that I have to say my last ask, and that the Durham Open Program purpose this property and this site to be used only for open space. It's too valuable ecologically.
Thank you. Next, we have Ken Pugh.
Maybe could you hand out?
We could start, please state your name and your address.
I'm Chuck Darcy. Live at 111 Lariat Lane, Chapel Hill, which is part of the Downs neighborhood. I've lived there for 45 years. Watched the roads go from country roads. Stagecoach was a gravel road at one time. A bridge was taken out and made wider. It's now a major thoroughfare. And I thank the applicants for, I think, making our case about the traffic. And there is traffic that comes up, and that's why I've got this map here to show you that comes up from Farrington, on Farrington Mill, from all the Chatham developments, which include Governor's Club, Governor Village, Carolina Meadows, and many other developments down there. Coming from Chapel Hill, and you can refer to Professor Adrian Bejan's constructal theory that everything has a natural flow. And the natural flow is when people are coming out of Chapel Hill on 54, they find that the traffic is so bad that they look for another way. And what they do is come through Barbie Chapel, Farrington, Stagecoach over to 751. At the time of rush hour, there is a backup already. And the idea of 700 units with all the cars adding to that is unthinkable. Already we have too much traffic on that road. The idea that we would have any more is, I don't think we can handle it. And the Corps of Engineers, I've talked to the people on Duke Street, the district engineers, they say the Corps of Engineers will not let them have even a left turn lane from onto Stagecoach Road going south on.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. So I ask that everyone pay attention to the name that I called to come next. And I believe I called Ken Pugh.
Get my slides up.
Oh, God.
In Pew.
Mhm.
And
I think the commissioners don't like that.
okay, and this works? Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Ken Pugh, resident of Durham, address on file. I'm a former professional engineer registered
Can we
in,
start the timer, please? I'm sorry.
but I'm a former professional engineer registered in Maryland. I speak tonight on 2 points in the traffic impact analysis report. The first is that the report shows that Farrington Mill Road, with the additional traffic generated by the development, will cause it become level of service F or maybe a low E. It's a simple matter of addition. 10,000 current plus 7,000 additional makes it exceeds 14,000. The NCDOT traffic engineer says exceeding capacity is another department's issue. The second point is on the assumptions regarding the traffic distribution as shown in this slide. These assumptions are not based on any methodology according to the NCDOT traffic engineer, but are purely subjective. They do not include any information about traffic from the existing residents. Traffic assignments methodologies are straightforward. Here's an example of one. You determine where traffic zones are for business, shopping, and so forth, where they're located. Based on current usage, you assign an amount of traffic to each zone and then determine the traffic on each path based on the travel time. None of this has been done. Traffic distributions are a primary input to any traffic model, and invalid inputs produce invalid results. In fact, the NCDOT engineer says there is no process for public comment on the TIA except for the simple public hearing. So you're going to be over this development, regardless of anything else, you're going to have a grade F. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we next have everyone to get ready? That's Annette Rice, Kate Heim, I believe, Barry Saunders. So Kate Heim, Annette Rice, sorry. Annette Rice.
Okay, how do I get his slides off?
Alexander, can we have somebody stay there? If this one, I'm trying to do all the PowerPoints first, and then someone can work the timer. If we could split some type of situation going on here, that'd be great.
Good evening. My name is Annette Rice, and I live in Durham County at 121 Sterling Chapel Way, which is right by this development. One of the issues that has not actually even been mentioned is including this area as a future growth area actually is dependent upon the sewer improvements being put into place. Sorry, technical difficulties. They can't tie into the actual existing, sewer circuit because it's already completely at capacity. What they are going to be trying to do is trying to go ahead and go up almost 3 miles Farrington Road. The applicant has not committed to constructing a lift station or the force main, which is required. That's the existing circuit. The 8422 property is all the way down here, the Horsehead Lake. One of the points that was raised by Mr. Ghosh is that they will be providing water and sewer to the surrounding homes, the historical Nunn properties. However, that just gives them the capacity, and I hope staff will clarify on this, to connect in at their own expense. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars. If you look at the map here that I have, the red zone of Farrington Mill Road for the development, and that red star there is actually the sewer treatment plant in this part of town. The green areas there is the overlapping of flood zones and Army Corps of Engineers land. It would be almost 2 miles as the crow flies, but I know you've all heard a phrase sort of like, that sewage doesn't fly.
All right, thank you. Your time is up. Next, we have Kate Heim. Heim. And remember, please state your name and your address before you start speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Kate Heim, 7624 Kennebec Drive in the Downs neighborhood. I just wanted to start out giving a big picture view, looking at the proposed area, which I've circled, and you can see the greenery there. And then on the right, you can see the area of right down the middle is where the proposed area is. And to the right, you have Morgan Creek and that area draining into Jordan Lake. And to look at Jordan Lake, just the background of what it is, it's water supply, it's flood control, it's wildlife management, it's water supply. There's a lot going on there that's of interest. And this part, this water area, drainage area is going right into Jordan Lake. And so this was the document that Bibby referred to, this landscape analysis for Durham County that was written by the Durham County Open Space Program and published last year, so very recently. And if you see the whole county, you can see that there are relatively sparse areas that have within the county that have this prioritization for the habitats. And you can't see it on here because of the Sheffield Farms part on the bottom, but there's an arrow pointing to where the subdivision on here is on the map. So far left or far southwest corner, we have the subdivision, and this shows that the habitat priority is highest, higher, and high. And then there is some non-habitat there, but the entire area is covered with that designation. And this is habitat for water and land animals, corridor for habitat range, so not just getting from one place to another, and the habitat is dwindling in Durham County, and this is worthwhile to preserve for sure. If I look at a flood zone map, you can see the animals coming up would need to shift into that zone during a flood or even high waters. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Barry Sanders, I'm sorry. One of my contacts. That's checked out right now. Okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Barry Saunders. I live at 8110 Kennebec Drive, Chapel Hill, Durham County. I want to speak to the threat that a Sheffield development would pose through stormwater runoff to an already impaired watershed. This shows the Morgan Creek flood zone along the parcel's western edge. This basin has been awash in Jordan Lake floodwaters more than once in the last several decades. The state classifies Morgan Creek waters here as drinking water and nutrient sensitive. These waters do not need more nitrogen or phosphorus beyond what's already coming downstream from the Owassa treatment plant. Sheffield runoff would be higher volume than it is now due to new impervious surfaces. Runoff would contain nutrients from landscaping, detergents from maintenance, toxins from auto leakage. It would carry silt from erosion, especially during construction. This is what the nutrient-impaired Jordan Lake looked like on Saturday, where Morgan Creek enters. This is overgrowth of algae. When all this algae dies, it produces anoxic conditions that kill aquatic fauna. The sloped western edge of the Sheffield parcel along the top of the parcel here includes a lot of coving from erosion. This is common in the Piedmont from past timbering and agriculture that didn't conserve soils. Tree roots are stabilizing those slopes. The developer's site plan doesn't show a tree buffer all along those upper slopes. This shows an edge of the Sheffield parcel that meets steep slope criteria, 25%. There's much more steep slope just below on core land. Tree roots are key to protecting those slopes. Here are deep erosion gullies at two different intermittent streams exiting the Sheffield parcel. This is last Sunday after just a quarter inch of rain. Imagine 10 times that. I wonder about the comprehensiveness of the surveyor's marking of steep slopes.
Thank you, sir. I think we're done with PowerPoints, the presentations. I think we're done. Is there anyone else that has a presentation? One more person? No, I'm just saying the slide presentation. Yeah, everyone else is signed up to speak. Yeah, that's it. All right. Thank you all. Okay, we have, Rick Kuntz.
Madam Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Richard Kunst. I live at 109 Lariat Lane, a few hundred feet to the east across Farrington Mill Road from the Sheffield Farms tract proposed for rezoning. My neighborhood, known as the Downs, is the same size and also zoned residential rural. I think the Downs provides a better model for developing the Sheffield Farms space than the MI Homes proposal for our location in a critical watershed at the northern tip of Jordan Lake. The Downs' 210 acres is divided into 48 forested lots varying in size from 2 to 6 acres. Our protective covenants state, quote, landscaping of areas not used for structures shall be done in a manner to preserve the natural forest or improve on the existing natural beauty and prevent soil erosion. For 23 years, I have picked up trash on Farrington Mill Road in the Adopt a Highway program, walking the stretch within the boundaries of the Sheffield Farms parcel and adjoining Army Corps land, surrounded by a quiet, serene forest. I felt as if I was tending a section of the Blue Ridge Parkway. I'm grateful to the few family owners for preserving this lovely gateway to Durham County for the last 70 or more years. But I respect their decision that now is the right time to develop most of the tract. If they were to apply the Downs model, they could subdivide Sheffield Farms into 100 to 200 gorgeous wooded lots to be served by septic tanks and wells. These highly desirable lots could be sold at top dollar. While this would provide fewer housing units, it would preserve much of the existing natural environment, reduce the traffic impact, and avoid all the intractable sewer problems. I urge you to encourage this alternative by keeping the existing RR zoning in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Melora McCall. After that, we will have Melanie Curry and John Curry if you want to get ready.
Good evening. I'm Melora McCall. I live at 4406 Curly Road, which is not in the vicinity of Farrington Mill Road, but I understand that the decisions made today will impact future development applications, including the ones where I do live. I've asked this developer in a separate and recent neighborhood meeting about their experience with development in environmentally sensitive areas. One thing I've learned from the proposal considered today is that they're willing to risk both credibility and trust to manage Durham's sensitive resources by failing to meet UDO codes, comprehensive plan policies, act in accordance with recommendations from our reviewing groups, or thoughtfully incorporate community feedback. The city of Durham should not be so willing to compromise credibility or standards by choosing to allow procedure, UDO code, or the newly finalized policies of the comprehensive plan fall aside in consideration of the development plan of Sheffield Farms. Placing conditional commitment to meet requirements or recommendations on first receiving rezoning approval is problematic and a slippery slope for Durham to engage in. High-quality development proposals will come when our governing bodies hold the line on standards and accountability. I urge you to reject this rezoning proposal as presented for consideration today on foundational issues of non-compliance and for undermining Durham's overall policies and procedures, striving to generate development in alignment with our community goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie Curry. Okay. Great. Linda Manson, I'm sorry, my contact is not acting right today.
Good evening. My name is Linda Mansman, and my husband and I reside at 8809 Farrington Mill Road in southwestern Durham County. Our property is 0.2 of a mile from the proposed Sedgefield Farms development. We feel that the construction of a development of this size poses safety risks to us and our animals, as well as potential structural damage to our home, barns, and outbuildings. We are also concerned about damage to our well and/or the effects of well water quality and quantity. We are concerned about the short-term and long-term effects of deforestation, blasting, mass grading, and consequences of heavy equipment and logging trucks. I spoke to an owner of a horse farm in southeastern Durham County whose well collapsed after blasting in a nearby construction site. She had to haul drinking water for 30 horses daily for 2 months while a new well was dug. We have lived on our 5.5 acre horse property that we call Fox Farm for 26 years. We use the property for our horses and conduct monthly education clinics for riders and seminars for horse owners, veterinarians, and farriers. These are unique services and central location that is accessible to many horse people. Our driveway is shared by 2 other owners who also have buildings and wells and where they conduct agriculture activities. Our driveway and easement is located between proposed Sheffield Access 1 and 2. Horse trailers, farriers, farm supply vehicles routinely travel this route. A development of this size will impair our agricultural activities, and please vote against this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Buchanan. Philip Buchanan. No. Peggy Ford. You could start speaking. She can hand them out. Yeah, well, you go ahead and start speaking, please.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Force. I go by Peggy, and I live at 7212 Kepley Road, right near where the Mansmans live, and we are also very close to this development. And I support the comments of my neighbors who've been speaking earlier. And what I've handed out are some references to the report that you have. It's I think a 256-page PDF. So I went to a few of the pages. One of the things that's a big concern that you've heard of again and again is about traffic. And there are some promises that are made, and I heard them when we heard the presentation from the developer, that they're going to make significant improvements. And these improvements to roadways in the network are required. Apparently, the surrounding transportation system cannot support development of the proposed intensity without construction of the mitigation measures identified below. That's what it says on PDF page 7. And then it identifies 6. 3 of them are off-site. But if you notice in the general notes that appear right on the map for the development plan, 3 of those are they're important intersections that are affected. And they are off-site. And for each of those off-site improvements, if you scan down to the bottom of the page, on page 35, it notes that implementation of these improvements may be impeded due to right-of-way constraints and adjacent U.S. Army Corps land. But when you look at the notes, after these promises are made to make these improvements that are necessary, then it says the condition 4, in the event third-party approvals of right-of-way are not obtained for off-site improvements, said improvements shall not be required. And the developer will have to show that they went through the formality of getting rejected by the Corps of Engineers. So in other words, this is something that's apparently supposed to make us feel comfortable that they'll be made, but doesn't
Thank
appear to
you.
me likely that they will be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Steve Simon, Adelaide Heim, and John Cohen, if you all can get ready. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Steve Simon, and my address is 10024 Hammock Bend, Chapel Hill. I'd like to speak about the traffic as others have. The existing traffic on Farrington Mill Road is already very heavy and quite accident prone, quite a number of head-on accidents, and I'll explain why. As noted on the zoning map change report, the current traffic is 10,000 vehicles. On average, that's 7 seconds between every vehicle. It takes 10 seconds to make a right turn onto the road. So that includes the 7 seconds to accelerate to 55 miles an hour and 2 or 3 seconds to actually execute the turn. It means that generally speaking, when you make a turn, you're going to cut somebody off. Then, as you're thinking about that, we have bicycles without bike lanes. We have people passing without adequate passing lanes. And so this road has become quite accident prone. So the things that are recommended in the proposal address these issues within the development site itself, but not the entire traffic that it adds. So to adequately address these issues, the true cost to the county is the other improvements that it will have to make sooner or later to alleviate the traffic problems and accidents, which might include adding additional turn lanes, acceleration lanes, bike lanes, and adequate passing lanes that don't exist there today. Now, whether this is something that's part of this project or something that comes later on, it's still a cost going to come to the county. In addition, you could ride on that road, and anybody that's ridden on that road knows just how many potholes are appearing on a daily basis, and we're filling them in on a daily basis as well. But this road was a country road. It was really a combination of 3 different roads, and it has much more traffic on it than it can be sustained by the roadway. Thank you very much.
Okay, good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Adelaide Heim, and I live at 7624 Kennebec Drive. I'm a senior at Jordan High School. I'm part of the High School Environmental Club, and I'm a participant in Envirothon, a competition that focuses on participants' knowledge of forestry evaluation, wildlife identification, climate issues, aquatics, and more, all specific to North Carolina. If we continue cutting down forests and rerouting watersheds for our personal benefit, ignoring the signs that our planet is suffering heating and our creatures are dying faster than ever, then we are directly contributing to the problem. Although trees alone aren't able to save the planet and sequester all of the CO2, the last thing we need is less of them. Now, looking at it from a perspective other than environmental, if you were to approve this development, this would be putting likely more than 700 additional cars on the road, and that's already surrounded by wildlife habitat, increasing roadkill numbers. Adding all of these cars will increase congestion at nearby intersections, which has already been said, but this will take vehicles longer to go through the area. This will waste gas and increase pollution in the area due to vehicles getting congested at stoplights, using gas while going nowhere, and losing drivers money over time. I just want to take a moment to zoom out and look at Durham, Chapel Hill as a whole. One of many things that makes Durham such an optimal place to live and work and something that sets our area apart from other cities is the amount of nature, trees, and wildlife around Durham County and the associated wildlife habitats that connect it to other areas like Jordan Lake and Falls Lake. Many species of land and water animals live in and rely on natural parts of Durham County, such as otters, tiger salamanders, and bald eagles, just to name a few. I'm not saying that building this neighborhood will ruin the world, but it's certainly a step in the wrong direction for Durham County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm John Cowan. I reside at 3514 Shady Creek Drive, soon moving to 7213 Kepley Road. I'm the owner of Blue Sun Farms, the 112-acre farm adjoining the proposed Sheffield parcel. My addresses include 8501, 05, 11, 8801 Farrington Mill, across from the proposed 3 outlets for thousands of cars per day. I've committed myself to renovate and run my farm and ensure our vital and growing rural community continues forward. The area must be restricted to rural farming and single-family homes. This proposal is going from 0 to 1,000, not an uptick in density, destroying our natural resources forever. Alternatives to fast buck destruction include Durham County open space to purchase it in permanent conservation, or deeding the land into conservation status for tax breaks, or low-density development like the Downs. I've committed my land to the Voluntary Agricultural District for the next 10 years, joining at least 2 other VAD properties nearby like Cedarwood Stables. I have 7 people who work for the farm living on the property, and more jobs are coming. We raise honeybees and hay, and we produce sheep, a source of meat to underserved ethnic communities in North Carolina. We are renovating a large equestrian resource center and plan to reopen this year. I'm getting public funding from Durham County Soil and Water, state funding, hoping for federal funding for conservation and to improve community water. But right across the road, the development impact to Jordan Lake could be devastating. They say holding ponds will suffice, but we see the Army Corps flood control impoundments nearby overflow 3 times a month. Impoundments save lives and property down east, and it would be demanding a grave harm to ask the Army Corps to reduce flood control for traffic relief. Developers have stated that forests will be clear-cut regardless, but they signed a mandatory state forestry plan to gain their PUV tax relief, as I have. And no state forestry plan would allow them to clear-cut 200 acres at once and let soil wash away and pollute downstream. Raising huge tracts of wildlife habitat will result in widespread disease and massive mortality of wildlife. And all of those coyotes that are on that property are going to come over and try to eat my sheep.
Thank you. Next, we have Mary Dickerson, Scott Dickerson, and Julie McClintock. If you can, no, you're not speaking? Was that the Dickersons? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Julie McClintock at 225 Apple Lane in Chatham County. I'm former chair of OWASA and an air quality specialist for the EPA. So I want to say kudos to Durham City and County for completing a comprehensive plan with progressive development policies. This area you're looking at tonight is not suited for urban densities. It is located in a unique area of the state surrounded by 49,000 acres that is Jordan Lake property. It's owned and maintained by the Corps of Engineers. Durham and other municipalities enjoy a reliable water supply in Jordan Lake. It is your job to uphold the water quality for the streams flowing into the lake that inevitably declines when urban densities are added. A careful analysis of the applicant's rezoning request by the Durham planning staff points out that the Sheffield Farms request is inconsistent with 14 out of 24 applicable policies. I will note quickly 3 of them, and you've been hearing about them before. Policy number 128, mixed-use development shall be supported by existing public infrastructure like water and sewer. It's expensive because the land is in an outlying area. The key point here is that someone must pay the costs. Another policy, mixed-use developments shall be supported by existing transit service and road networks. The applicant is unwilling to make the road improvements. It's not clear. These are mandated by DOT, and if the Corps can't allow the improvements, then clearly urban densities shouldn't be allowed. Finally, policy 79, protect Durham's most sensitive natural areas. And the Natural Heritage Program puts on the list only the most significant ecological areas in the state.
Thank you.
So I concur with the staff's conclusion and request that you deny this request. Thank you.
Next, we have Whitney Harris.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Whitney Harris, and I live in South Durham at 1008 Chancellor's Ridge Drive. I would like to say that I strongly oppose this development. And for many reasons, I won't continue to go over the environmental impact. I think that has been covered extensively this evening by lots of really knowledgeable people that know more about this than I do. But I'd like to focus on not only the traffic impact, but the impact for first responders, the impact to our school systems. Those are also resources that have to be in place to support a development of this magnitude. I think it's interesting that Morningstar cited Councilman Cease and quoted him, and he's the one person who recused himself from this meeting tonight as a resounding reason why their proposal should be approved. When they say 70% of the traffic is not even from this area, and then their proposal is to add more traffic to it, that just doesn't make sense. If traffic is an issue, adding more homes is not going to solve that problem. And we all know sitting here tonight that the Army Corps of Engineers is not going to approve any easements on their property or to expand roads in those spaces. So to say here tonight that they are going to seek those exceptions and ask for those requests when we know that's not going to happen is not serving anyone well. I think that when we look at first responders, I am the sister of 2 firefighters. I grew up with first responders in my family, and I know in our own development in South Durham, we have a speeding issue, but we couldn't put in speeding tables because the distance from our homes in South Durham and Chancellor's Ridge to the nearest EMS fire substations was too great for them to even respond in the current amount of time that they're supposed to respond to. So now we already have a problem where we don't have first responder access and we can't get to those homes. This is not going to be solved without lots of infrastructure. I'll leave it with, we all know Durham public schools are a hot mess right now. We need more schools, we need better paying teachers, and this is not addressing that. Thank you.
No clapping, no clapping. You'll have to leave the galley. We have some other people that signed up online. If you are in here, you want to speak. We have Rebecca Denson, or are they on Zoom? Which one are they on? Alexander. Rebecca Denson. Okay, I see Keith Wolf on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think the impervious coverage thing in the watershed is important. You know, the watershed is supposed to protect the important water resources, and this is so close to Jordan Lake, and there's 2 creeks on both sides, and the impacts of such a development would not be good. And I have to drive that Farrington Mill Road frequently. I live in Chatham County, and it is in very dangerous shape right now. They are repairing potholes daily at this point. So I don't know how the NCDOT, if they're going to address that anytime soon. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mimi Kessler.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Mimi Kessler. I live in Durham. My address is on record. I want to concur with everything that's been said. I used to commute on this road for 6 years, and it carries an awful lot of traffic. And so does Barbie Chapel and Stagecoach. And it is a major cut through for people who want to avoid I-40. I'm concerned about the numbers for the transportation study because COVID was still happening back then. I'm concerned about the environmental issue, which people have been very articulate about. I'm concerned about the lack of commitment for the lift station for the sewer. I'm very concerned about the Army Corps, and which might put all of this, to bed. The addition of students for the schools that are already over capacity, and there are large developments, which someone else spoke of about Carolina Meadows and Governor's Club and Governor's, there's some other things. And they just take, that road is dangerous now because people who live further out than this treat it like it's a highway. I'm also concerned about the terrain and the steep slopes. And historically in Southeast Durham, there is a habit of making, instead of building to the contour of the land, we make the land do what we want it to do, which probably will involve blasting. And as other people have brought up, that does often have impact on wells. So I ask that you vote this proposal down. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else on Zoom? If you'd like to speak, use the raise your hand method. We have Patricia Van Hoy.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, many of, I'm sorry, I live in Chapelwood, which is on Darby Chapel Road. And many of my points have already been covered, but I do want to discuss the issue about this project not is not being rezoned in accordance with the planned development or the unified ordinance. The main problem that I see is the traffic. I don't think that the traffic study was accurate because it is difficult for us now as a 55+ community to get out onto Darby Chapel Road. This is our only exit out of our community. There have already been approved 500 apartments behind the Valero station. And in addition to that, they've approved another 400. Heaven forbid that an emergency vehicle would have to enter our subdivision with this additional traffic. It would be catastrophic. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom? I think there's anyone else. I forgot to ask if there's anyone else in the gallery like to speak. Nope. Yes.
My name is Andrea Quinn. I live at 8409 Farrington Mill Road. I approve this Sheffield development. You know why? I've been living there. I'm 70 years old. That property been out there for over centuries of years. I have 4.5 acres I would like for my children to have. I can't do anything with my land. The sewer, the thing that I have, it cost me $10,000 just to be there. And I've been here since 1984. And I believe we deserve sewer. We shouldn't have to see our water stuff bubbling up. And you're talking about traffic. I'm talking about health, life, and strength. Have you seen a failing sewer system? Have you seen it bubbling up? Have you seen it? I have. And where we stand is a bunch of bubbling sewer systems. And you talking about traffic? I'm talking about life, health. No, I'm sorry. I would like the development. I'd like the development to come through so I can have sewer, so my family can have sewer, so my children, my grandchildren can have sewer. If you lived on that land for 100 years, tell me, raise your hand. You did not live there 100 years. I have. And my children deserve more and deserve better. And no, ain't no more farms. We had farms. And you know what happened to that farm? You know, some people with a little hood came out and burned it down. But This is our land, and it's gonna stay for building.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Yes, sir.
My name is John Heim. I live at 7624 Kennebec Drive. So you've heard a lot of well-reasoned arguments for why this is a bad idea, but there's something about that that bothers me. And it suggests that this is an idea that has any level of merit to begin with and actually needs to be refuted. Okay? Like if you think about it, we're all here for one reason and one reason only. And that's because a corporation from out of state, no less, has determined that it's financially advantageous for them to mow down this rural area and build it out. Okay? So if I were in your seat, what I'd be asking myself is not why should we not do this, but what compelling rationale has been given to me to make me even consider approving it in the first place, right? Certainly nothing that guy said was compelling. So absent any compelling rationale for why this is a good idea, why we should develop this particular rural spot in this particular way, why would I even consider voting yes for this? Why would I even need the well-reasoned arguments that have been presented, right? So that's all I got. Appreciate the time.
Anyone else that had their hand raised? And then you, and then we're gonna close the public hearing.
Sure, thank you. I'll be quick. My name is Attilio Barbado. I live at 456 Eagle Drive in Chapel Hill. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I just want to say the funny name is from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I was born there. I lived there for 24 years. And every time I go home, I grew up in a rural suburban neighborhood like this one we're talking about. And there is no commissioner. There are no amazing people like you all making these decisions, and everyone approves anything they want in any way they want. And when I go home, I don't recognize my town because the creeks are contaminated. Everyone builds anything they want, and the land value is down as opposed to up after 20 years. So I so much admire what we're doing here, what you guys do in this process, and this is why we've moved to the United States and we've been here for 24 years. This is an amazing, amazing process that we're doing. So all I wanted to say is progress will come. I'd love to keep everything as is forever and ever. I know that won't happen. There will be other applications. There will be projects. They'll take down trees, and that's fine. I just don't think this is the right project for this area. I won't go through all the reasons again. They will well explained here, but clearly this is not the development or the way we want to see Chatham and Durham grow. There are many other ways of doing it, and I'm sure you guys will make the right decision. So I'll urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Mary Dickerson at 7123 Kepley Road, and I had not planned on speaking either. We have a well, we have a septic tank. When our septic tank messes up, we pay to get it fixed. When our well has issues, we pay to get it fixed. We have a horse farm, and I can't even pull out now on Farrington Mill Road with a horse trailer. And we show horses and everything, and the traffic is going to be terrible. It's going to mess up our wells and septic tanks, as already been mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give the applicant 2 minutes to respond to any of the comments that they've heard here today.
Thanks for that. I was not anticipating that. One point I wanted to make is related to traffic, which I think is probably the number one concern that people have raised tonight. I want to be clear about something. We agree that the existing traffic is an issue. I think the part that might not, we might not be landing is that the traffic currently is a problem. Developments in Cary and in Chapel Hill are the ones that are contributing primarily to the traffic issues that exist on the Durham road network. None of those projects have ever been asked to make road improvements in Durham. And those jurisdictions are going to continue to approve development regardless of the impact that those developments have on at that intersection or these intersections in Durham. So the point is that traffic at those intersections is going to get worse regardless of whether anything is built here or not, period. That's a fact. What this development, with any development here that is predicated on rezoning, we have the ability to require the developer to, and we have committed to pursuing these improvements. And generally, we would pursue road improvements without any caveat. But these properties that where you need right of way from are owned by the federal government. Not even NCDOT could condemn them for us if they were willing to do it. DOT doesn't have the money to do these improvements. They don't have any plans to do these improvements. These aren't city roads, but the same goes for the city. The city doesn't have any plans to improve them, primarily because they're not city roads. We have worked this into the budget. We are planning on making these road improvements. We just can't tell you that we're going to be able to do it at the end of the day because there is the federal government holding the back. So any way you slice it, traffic is bad. It's going to get worse. And without this development, it doesn't make it better than with this development. Thank you.
Thank you. The public, I tread lightly, and I hope my vice chair read the statement about decorum. If you fail to maintain decorum, you will be removed from the galley. We have been treading lightly here. Just want to make that reminder. The public hearing is now closed. Commissioners, as a reminder, you must obtain the floor when you obtain the floor, you must be recognized by the chair. You have 5 minutes. Do not repeat topics that we've already discussed or been questioned. Thank you. Who would like to start us off with any questions? Commissioner Valentine? No? Commissioner Cutright? Not yet? Okay. Commissioner Cutright? Gather your thoughts. All right. I was going to say, do we need a 5-minute recess to gather our thoughts? Yes. No? No? Okay. Mr. Track, nothing? Scoring. Thank you.
I'd like to ask the applicant how they're planning to provide water and sewer. I may not have read it properly, but I just want to understand what is the plan for this development?
Sure. So I think I mentioned earlier that while it's correct, there is not a finalized UEA, there is a fully drafted UEA, which we've already signed. It outlines the requirements for this, for how this site will be served by water and sewer. I believe, yeah, we've got Jeremy Finch here, who I think can probably recite it from memory. But I could pass this up. So water will require a looped water line with a valve between the 2 water line feeds off of 16-inch water line in Farrington Mill Road. Sewer, the proposed project site, hold on. A pump station will need to be constructed and must comply with the city lift station design standards. The lift station will be able to serve adjacent parcels that are within the drainage basin. The development shall install a force main on Farrington Mill Road up to Farrington Road and continue to South Durham Water Reclamation Facility. There's an exhibit. Gravity sewer shall be extended to the lift station from Farrington Mill Road for future expansions from adjacent parcels. Yeah, so that's how.
Yeah, I had a quick question, just about affordable housing.
You didn't.
I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. Let me be quiet.
All right. Were you done, Commissioner? Yes, okay. Commissioner Tapp, thank you.
I'm not following decorum tonight. I'm sorry. Just a quick question about affordable housing. I see the $300,000 dedication to the Durham Housing Fund, but zero units dedicated to affordable housing. Just wanted to address that. Did that come up at all during the planning?
Yeah, absolutely. And so I'll just tell you, in my homes, I've worked with them on several projects, some in other jurisdictions. In my homes is a national home builder, they do not build affordable housing in the sense of, capital A subsidized affordable housing. However, they are on board with that mission. And on other projects I've worked on, they have partnered with, for example, Habitat for Humanity of Wake County to provide lots and houses at affordable rates. On this project, we actually had several discussions with Habitat for Humanity of Durham. We were not able to reach an agreement with them. There are several reasons why, but one of the main reasons was a timing element. And it's totally understandable in the city of Durham when someone makes a commitment to affordable units being delivered in a project, they want them delivered within a certain time frame before the end of the project. And Habitat, the way they operate, I mean, I don't know how many homes MI builds in a year. I would imagine they could probably build 30 in a year on this one project, or maybe more than that, 60 maybe, something like that. And I think Habitat builds something like 6 in a year, and it just isn't going to necessarily work out from a timing perspective. So we switched gears. We looked at, we talked to 3 multifamily affordable housing developers. One of them was a age-restricted or age-targeted developer for affordable housing. And we looked at partnering with them on this site to do multifamily and have an affordable component to that. I'm going to get booed here, but actually all 3 of them said essentially the same thing, that the site does not work for affordable housing for one primary reason, which is there's actually not enough traffic in this area for apartments, because there's not enough pass-by traffic and activity. That is not a commentary on the state of traffic, but that is essentially what each of those affordable housing developers had cited as a primary reason for why they could not make the site work for their programs. So that's how we ended up with 0 units and instead a monetary contribution to the affordable housing fund. I'm sorry, dedicated housing fund.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Cutright.
Appreciate it, Chair. Couple of thoughts here. One, I mean, this particular area is in the future growth boundary. So as we think about the future, the thought has been, and I'm not a land use expert by any stretch, but the thought around the comp plan is that at some point in the future, it doesn't mean that's today or tomorrow, but at some point in the future that this area does grow and it expands, and presumably it does that with the infrastructure in place. Part of that is sewer. So as you think about getting sewer to the area, having someone foot the bill for bringing sewer 3 miles is a challenge. So one thing that you do have here is you have a developer willing to foot the bill for bringing sewer 3 miles into the area. Granted, we're sort of at the end of the road as it starts to look at the county. And so, whether you need to go beyond that and how much value that brings is another question. So that's one thing that presumably at some point this area gets expanded. I think the challenge is traffic, and particularly the contingencies around whether or not the Army Corps of Engineers will allow for the expansion and improvements of the infrastructure. So as you think about things being contingent, my view on this, although we don't hold the power to do this, is that something like that becomes contingent to say, if you don't get this approval, then this development doesn't move forward. Because in my opinion, this doesn't work very well without the infrastructure improvements. And the other thing I'll mention is, I think this is place type mixed use. This is not a mixed use development. There's a lot of acreage here. I think we should consider putting something mixed use on the site. This contributes to the traffic, but it makes for a better development. And so as you think about land use and adhering to comp plan, I think we're sort of getting away from strict adherence and saying we have a single use, which is residential, And that's not what we want. So as you start to follow the comp plan, if you're going to follow the comp plan to the T and say, this is a future growth area, you need to bring sewer and infrastructure. You also need to bring mixed use, which would entail something, whether that's office, something with low parking requirements. I think that'll help this development with 700 homes anyway. It just makes for a better development. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Mr. Valentine?
Yes, so my colleague just a moment ago talked about the future, and actually we had an opportunity tonight to hear from the future. It's not very often that young people come into this chamber and speak. And the young person who spoke boldly about the environmental impact of this project. And I personally am concerned about the development in this particular area in your community. There's a lot of development going on in your area. And so maybe if the applicant could sort of allay our concerns around the environmental concerns that we have, particularly around our waterways, which if we have an honest discussion amongst those who are charged with making the cities in this city and the county, our waterways are under attack. And so I'm thinking about the future that this young lady here who was bold in her statements here tonight expressed.
Thank you. First of all, go Falcons, class of 05, along with Commissioner McIver. So with respect to the waterways, I mean, this project has 0 stream crossings. I think that's important. We have limited the impervious on the site to 36%. So even development by right would allow, without annexation would allow for more than 36% impervious on the site. So that is one limitation there. There's 2 limitations there to help address the water concerns and drinking water quality. Also, and I'm not the best person on the team to speak to this. I don't know if maybe Laura or Jeremy might be better able. My understanding is that this site in particular, it does have some slopes. It's kind of a bowl shape. And that actually allows us to control the runoff on this particular piece of property better than maybe on some other piece of property. Generally steep slopes are hard to manage, but when they work in your favor and kind of direct water towards you already, you can actually better engineer and manage that runoff. So, this project will adhere to all of the UDO requirements related to phase development, mass grading, and stormwater and erosion control requirements, all of which have been beefed up recently by recent UDO changes. This project will adhere to all of that.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Yep. So in some of my background reading, the community raised some concerns about the number of units.
Mm-hmm.
So have you given any consideration to the community's concerns in that regard?
Sure. Specifically, when we had the first neighborhood meeting, we were at 950 units. We have dropped the number of units significantly to 702. It is interesting to me because the dichotomy here is a lot of folks are saying, a lot of people we heard from tonight are saying this is too intense. You shouldn't develop that way. Meanwhile, the comprehensive plan suggests that maybe this isn't intense enough and there should be a mix of uses here, non-residential uses, which would drive more traffic to this area and which would generally be more intense development. So we are, I would say, caught in the middle of that. We have taken into consideration the feedback that we've gotten from neighbors and from other various stakeholders and the comp plan. I do not make any claim that this is a perfect fit with the existing comp plan. In fact, I argued earlier that I actually think the mixed use designation on this piece of property, mixed use neighborhood, place type map typology is probably not well suited given the kind of feedback from the community. That's a pretty intense level of development, and even at the intensity that we're discussing, which is not intense enough, there is concern about the level of intensity of this development. So I think it's a challenge either way.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? None. Are we ready to move this case forward? Do your thing.
Chair, as it relates to case Z2200060 Sheffield Farms, I move that we send this case forward with a favorable recommendation to the city council.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Valentine. Was that? I wasn't looking, sorry. To move case Z2200060 Sheffield Farms forward with a favorable recommendation. May I have the roll call vote? Can you skip me? And let me go last, please.
Vice Chair Shigaris,
No.
Commissioner Cutright,
No.
Commissioner Graves Mans,
No.
Commissioner Durham,
No.
Commissioner Kopak,
No.
Commissioner McIver,
No.
Commissioner Cease.
It's not here.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Commissioner Trapp,
No.
Commissioner Valentine,
No.
Commissioner Williams,
No.
Commissioner Woe,
No.
Commissioner Young,
No.
Chair Cameron,
No,
and the motion fails 0-12.
thank you. No, sorry. All right, gonna have to take a break in about 20 minutes. I need to move, you want to break now?
Conservative.
No, we can't.
Hear about the trees?
You can move. I'll try to move.
Half the neighborhood.
They're getting out of here.
I'm not gonna read that.
Business.
I saw it.
I remember this one. This one's on.
Yeah, I saw it too. I saw it there. It's what I need to hear.
Okay, if you could leave the galley. Excuse me, can I have your attention, please? We are still in session. If you can leave, walk out, please, quietly, so we can continue with our meeting. We have 4 more cases to get on to and a couple of other business items. Thank you. You ready to give your report? Have a report. You're supposed to give a report on the. Commissioners, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Hang on, I'm sorry. What aspect do you want? Last spring. They got, they have a program. I was using the one. Oh. Using this in general. Oh, yeah. There's another program here, which is the hearing.
Good, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
Been a little while.
Yeah, you doing all right?
Everyone in Durham should be able to find a home they can afford. That's why Forever Home Durham is creating affordable, livable, and inclusive communities for low to middle income residents. From renting to owning, find out how the city is helping more people find homes right here in Durham. Learn more at foreverhomedurham.com.
Ready to call the meeting back to order? So I'm going to change the agenda. I apologize for being late earlier. We need to move up new business right now before we proceed with the rest of the cases. And can I get a motion to approve moving new business up to now? And then we'll proceed back with the public hearings.
So moved.
There's a second. It's been moved by Commissioner Cutright, seconded by Commissioner Kopic, and all in favor, just raise your hand. Any opposed? All right, I think we're good. So we're going to have the report on the rules of procedure update.
So the Rules of Procedure Committee, Subcommittee met in person in December. That consisted of myself, Commissioner Trapp, Commissioner Cutright, and we submitted our rough draft to city staff, and they submitted it or forwarded it to the city and county attorney's office to make sure it was compliant with the interlocal agreement. And we got back a report or a cleaned up version of it. It's it was sent out to everybody in the package with the actual blue lines of what was changed. So some of the big changes were updated to the appropriate, the North Carolina General Statutes number had been updated. They were outdated. There was a removal of commission members serving on some of the committees, like the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee and parks or committees like that, but we're still on, the chair still serves on the JCCPC committee. There is updates on the order of the meeting for public hearings. And there was some suggestion or talk of perhaps a junior member or a youth member. I guess we're gonna maybe open that for any kind of discussion. No discussion. I guess that's about it. If there's did anybody have any comments?
All right, thank you. I don't think we're not approving it this meeting, right? Okay.
With any edits and then vote on it at your next meeting.
So it's being presented tonight, and then 30 days get back to the chair with any questions or recommendations, and then plan on voting on this for approval at the next meeting, the March meeting. Thank you, Vice Chair Shigaris. Next, we are going to appoint a UDO rewrite subcommittee. The purpose of this subcommittee, the code this code studio is doing the majority of the work, but the charge of the subcommittee is to reviewing code studio's analysis around the current code and providing recommendations. And 2, coming up with a system for reviewing the UDO as it comes forward to the Durham Planning Commission in the future. How do we review this more efficiently? So those are the 2 primary charges of this subcommittee. And the appointments are Commissioner Cease as chair, Commissioner Williams, and Commissioner Durham are the subcommittee members. I think y'all have to, do they have their approve. Do we have to approve this? I can't remember. Did we approve the other one? Did we approve all the other subcommittees? We did.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. In your purview in the rules of procedure, both in the present version and the version coming before you, you have the full authority to assign subcommittees and appoint them. Staff just wants to remind y'all that we need to notice them appropriately. So if you're going to have a meeting, please let us know so we can make sure it's noticed.
All right, thank you. Go forth and conquer. All right, we are back to the public hearings. At this time, we are going to hear case Z2200067 Leigh Valley. May we have the staff report, please?
Rick Roper, City County Planning. This is Z2200067 Leigh Valley. The following information summarizes the application. Laura Holloman of McAdams proposes to change the zoning designation of 6 parcels of land totaling 28.57 acres and located at 5412, 5416 Wendell Road and 5529, 5533 George King Road. The current zoning is residential suburban 20. The applicant proposes to change this designation to residential compact with the development plan to allow between 310 and 340 units consisting of townhouse, multiplex, and/or apartment units. The properties are currently designated transit opportunity area on the place type map. While the RCD zoning district is generally consistent with the TOA place type, the RCD is only fully consistent with TOA when the development plan commits to transit-oriented design and an additional commitment to civic, commercial, or office use. So if the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the place type map to designate the entire property as apartment and townhouse neighborhood. Here's a map of all the properties noticed for the neighborhood meeting. Here's an annexation map of the site, which shows city limits in light yellow. The existing zoning is residential suburban 20. The site is surrounded by residential suburban 20 and residential compact. The aerial map shows the general location of the project within southwestern Durham. The applicant has included graphic and text commitments, including additional design commitments, 3% income restricted housing, stormwater control measures to ensure post-development runoff does not exceed pre-development rate for the 100-year storm event, additional site amenities, and a contribution of $5,000 to Durham Public Schools. The applicant has proposed tree preservation within the FJB stream buffer area on the southwestern portion of the site and 2 site access points along Wendell Road. The applicant has held a neighborhood meeting on November 17th, 2022, where 5 community members were in attendance. And finally, while the proposed residential compact with the development plan zoning is generally consistent with the designated TOA place type, it is only fully consistent when the development plan commits to transit-oriented design. Staff encourage and advise the applicant to commit to additional transit-oriented design commitments within the development plan rezoning, as well as including an additional office, civic, or commercial use. While the proposal does provide 2 additional types of housing and increases density and multimodal connectivity, it does not satisfy policy 169, 170, 46, or 44 under the TOA place type. Therefore, staff recommends a change to apartment and townhouse neighborhood. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available to answer questions.
Thank you. At this time, the chair is opening the public hearing. May the applicant please come forward.
Good evening, Chair Cameron, Vice Chair Shigaris, members of the Planning Commission. I am Neil Ghosh with the Morningstar Law Group, and I'm representing the applicant and property owner for this rezoning, which is Greenhawk. With us tonight, some familiar faces, Laura Holloman with McAdams, also Tyler Probst with McAdams, Earl Llewellyn with Kimley Horn, and also Jeremy Medlin and Ben Glass with Greenhawk. And I want to thank Ms. Roper again for the presentation. As has been stated, this is a development on about 29 acres of land in a compact neighborhood here. This is an important point because a number of things changed over the course of this project, specifically in the UDO, which had some pretty dramatic impacts on this project. When we submitted, no tree coverage was required in the compact neighborhood tier. A change in the UDO, which was adopted around October of last year, now requires tree cover within the compact neighborhood tier, except in design districts. The requested RC zoning district is not a design district, so we had to revamp the plans to accommodate the required tree safe. Additionally, when we filed, no project boundary buffer would have been required. But the mass grading and phase development text amendments place a requirement for a project boundary buffer on any project grading more than 4 acres at a time. So we had to scramble to fit that in as well. The good news is that we were able to accomplish those things and still maintain the minimum density of 12 dwelling units per acre. This is a very tight site, especially given the changes we had to accommodate well after we filed. Even still, we were able to commit to providing more than double the amount of required open space. This is a really interesting project primarily because of the product type. I'm not sure that we have an example of this anywhere in Durham. The closest thing I can think of are the villas at Culp Arbor, which actually is not too far from the site. But basically, these are townhome style units that are set up in a quad formation rather than in a line. Unlike traditional townhomes, it's set up in a quad. And just like any other townhome, though, each unit has its own separate entrance, but because of the quad formation, every unit kind of ends up being a corner unit. So you've got a side yard in addition to a front or a backyard. As has been stated, there will be a minimum density here of 12 dwelling units per acre, which means at least 310 units. We've also put a maximum of 340 units. We have committed to providing 3% of the final unit count as income restricted at 80% AMI. I think this project will add meaningfully to the housing stock in our city. The project also commits to handling the 100-year storm. We have another commitment related to having more than one type of stormwater management or stormwater system, I should say, and we have a commitment related to programming for the amenity area as well as some architectural items. In my opinion, it's a pretty robust set of commitments. Our team is available to answer any questions you may have, and we look forward to getting your feedback tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone, I don't see anyone that signed up on the sheet. Is there anybody here that would like to speak that did not sign up? None. Is there anyone on the Zoom? Please press, what is it? Raise your hand feature. Mimi Kesley. Get on the phone.
Good evening. Can you hear me again?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Mimi Kessler and my address in Durham is on record. I am concerned about the school situation in terms of capacity. And I think that $5,000 is an insultingly small amount of money. And I would like the applicant to think about being more generous. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Yuri Harvey. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
You're not able to hear me?
Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. All right, my name is Yuri Havey. I live at 107 Medfield Court in Durham. Adjacent to this property, I just want to raise some concerns, kind of what's been discussed. One about the schools. The school seems to already be overcrowded, and with the Durham issues going on, adding 300 more units into this neighborhood seems to be will greatly increase the amount in conjunction with the existing developments that are currently being built. There's 2 apartment complexes currently going up right next door to these development, and then there's also a proposed rezoning for the lot of land that's directly south of this land that they're looking at trying to do about 1,000 units. So when you add all these in together, it seems like we're going to really overtax the infrastructure, not only the school systems, but again, the traffic and transportation systems. This is not really it was originally designated for part of the rail system that was supposed to go through here, but that of course was canceled. And so there's really no transit-oriented property that can be facilitated in this neighborhood with the way this location is set up. Farrington Road is already overtaxed on the traffic. And like I said, we've got those two developments already going in that haven't been fully encountered, and the traffic is already pretty backed up at the intersections out there. And so I just want to raise my concern for the Chapel Run neighborhood, which is adjacent to here, as I sit on the board of that committee. And, we do have a recommendation for not moving forward with this plan at this point, and to keep it as a residential community where we can have lower density implementation of housing. That's all I got. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the Zoom or in the galley that'd like to speak? The applicant like to address any of the questions? Concerns?
Yes, actually, I wanted to thank, I think it was Ms. Kessler about the school system. So the 5,000 number that's on the development plan is a plug number. We intended to base this number on the student generation number in the staff report, and based on that, we would increase that commitment to Durham Public Schools to $53,500. Yeah, I think that is all I will say for now. Looking forward to hearing your questions and feedback. Thank you.
All right. At this time, if no one else is speaking, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we are now open for commissioner discussion and questions. Commissioner Valentine.
Yes, could the applicant talk to us about the 3% affordable housing provision in this project? And I've talked about this in the past. We say that we value affordable housing, particularly around the narrative around needing more units in our city. Do you think 3% is a good faith sort of proffer?
I mean, yes, absolutely. These are unsubsidized. And so the developer is taking on both obviously the cost of the unit and the cost of implementing the affordable housing program. There is no support here. 3% is, I think, pretty tough to hit on a site that's as tight as this one to begin with. But they are committed to it and I would hope that more projects will be committing to providing affordable units where possible, and I'm happy that this one is.
Thank you. Commissioner
Kopak. Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on that question. So as the developer modeled out what it would be at 5% in 30 years, we've seen a number of cases coming forward. I understand you say the site is tight, but just curious what the modeling has shown. And then in addition, the requirement is for up to 80% AMI, but I'm just curious if the developers thought about any more specificity there about to what level it would be affordable at. Are we talking potentially down to 60% AMI, or is it just a commitment to be affordable up to 80% AMI?
Yeah, the commitment is at 80% AMI. I don't know if the developer has looked specifically at 5%, how that would impact. And that's certainly something that we can look at going forward. As it stands, the commitment would be at 3%, 3% of the final unit count at 80% AMI, I believe for a period of 20 years.
Yes.
Let's go on with the next one. Thank you, Chair. So there was discussion about this being changed from a TOA to a new designation. I didn't see discussion around what additional transit commitments may be made. given the placement of this site. And, the opportunity for more units, and for, mixed use, as well. So curious about that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. So I just want to be clear that the applicant hadn't submitted any request to change the place type map. That is a recommendation that I believe the planning department produces based on their evaluation of any project on a particular map, based on the place typologies, right? So I think it's actually kind of an important point because I think that if you look at the property configuration on the development plan, it's pretty obvious why we don't have any non-residential use or mix of uses here. The property does not really have any frontage to give the developable area visibility. Non-residential is not really viable on this piece of property in the way it's configured on the development plan. The place type designation, I think it might make sense if you zoom out, so if you're looking at the place type map and the TOA designation, I think it actually might make sense in this location, but on this particular piece of property as applied, it's just not functional because you don't have frontage. I mean, you wouldn't be able to see any of the non-residential uses that could be developed here. And part of the reason for that, and you mentioned how does this impact transit and that type of, like, we've had discussions with Go Durham. Go Durham has no plans for transit in this area. So it's really difficult for us to provide any kind of meaningful transit commitment here because Go Durham just doesn't have any plans here. So it's not that we're not supportive or think that would be a good thing. There's nothing for us to actually, put that metric to. So when we've made commitments in the past related to transit, in areas where there is no transit plan, Go Durham has routinely said, we don't want that on the development plan, right? So this doesn't prevent them from creating a transit plan in this area in the future and trying to implement it then, but they don't have one right now. So it's kind of difficult for us to hit that metric, but I think transit would be a good thing. On the development plan, we are dedicating right-of-way consistent with the adopted collector street plan. And you could see that on the development plan. I don't know what's on your screen or if you have it in your packet or whatever. We are committing to dedicating right-of-way for collector streets. It's a north-south one that kind of cuts off the edge of the property. And then there's an east-west one that is really at the bottom of the property, which actually, kind of all the way at the edge. So what we're showing on our development plan is consistent with the adopted collector street program. However, we understand that another developer is exploring amending the collector street plan to adjust the alignment of the north-south collector as shown on our D plan and, further down south. And we have had discussions. We would be okay with that, but what is shown here is consistent with the current collector street plan. So that's kind of what we're basing this off of. So I just think all of those factors I think that helps explain why we're not going for a mixed use development here. We just don't, this isn't the site for it because it's kind of back behind the main road. Until we know where that road is going, I think it's kind of difficult to say where you can achieve both the transit and the mixed use. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other Commissioner Cease?
Hi, thank you. A couple of questions, and some of these may relate to the point you were just making regarding the alignment of the future roadways, both along the, I guess, the eastern side and the southern side of the site. I guess the first question is, why is the existing parcel kind of in the southwestern quadrant, why is that kind of a portion of that separated out of the development plan and indicated as a potential private street access?
I don't know if it's possible to pull up.
Maybe pull up the site plan. Existing conditions, I think, would be the.
I think I know the answer. I want to make sure I understand what we're talking about.
And then while they're, well.
All right, so that's the southwest corner.
Yeah.
And then where is the note you were talking about related to private street access? Oh, site access 3, private street access. Okay.
So if you can pull up the existing conditions. which will be the page before that. There you go.
Yeah.
So that parcel,
Got it.
the project application is separating that parcel out into two pieces. Why is that?
All right, so this project has with it an annexation, which of course annexations do not come in front of the Planning Commission for consideration. The annexation for this project is not coterminous with the zoning outline. So that split is showing a split in the annexation. And the reason that section is being annexed but not zoned, that's purely for infrastructure. So that's going to end up being a lift station.
So you're going to indicate a site of 28 acres with 3 access points, and one of them is going to be on the lift station? Maybe I'm not following that correctly, but so what happened?
The lift station is actually going to be on this map, right? It'll be on the parcel to the south that is not in the kind of dash line area. So there will be an access road that runs next to that dash line area down to a lift station.
And will that ultimately be, I guess that won't be for access to the site when and if the collector is ever constructed. Is that the idea?
Oh, right. So the collector runs north-south there. I'm sorry, east-west. The collector runs right there along the southern property line. So that it would still maintain access to the lift station, but that's not like a development access,
Okay.
right? You're not going to be going to a subdivision over there.
I guess there's rationale there. It's just odd for us to be presented with projects that have rezoning requests that separate out a parcel without there being a kind of a clear expression of why that's the case. But I guess it makes some sense hearing you describe it. But there was no other way for us to know that. So I appreciate you explaining it. With regards to the place type map designation in the transit opportunity area and the need to kind of change that to apartment townhouse neighborhood if this goes forward. I mean, in my sense, I would push back a little bit on the description of this as a tight site. It's relatively unimpeded by stream buffers or utility easements or anything. I mean, obviously you have the demarcation of the two future rights of way. And it's only the north one that is, I'm sorry, the north-south one that is contemplated for realignment?
That's my understanding, yeah.
And is there a mechanism in place if it is changed for the applicant here to ultimately reclaim that with the way in which this is represented on the development plan?
The way it's been explained to us, we'd have to rezone.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so that's one question. So the other aspect of the transit opportunity area is this issue of the uses. So it's not only office or commercial that would allow fulfilling multiple uses, as I understand it. Civic would also be a component. Was there any contemplation of other types of either uses in the present or a commitment to preserving a space, given that this is, again, 28 acres overall, 25 net developable. I mean, I like to think in terms of city blocks because I think that's something people can kind of grasp. So, 5 to 6 city blocks is a pretty large site for just residential, especially in a transit opportunity area. So I guess any contemplation or consideration of preserving a portion of land for something else?
Good question that I don't think the answer would be obvious, but yes, but not on the parcel that we are rezoning. So the reason I was talking about, and I maybe should have been more clear about this, the reason I was talking about the collector street plan, that north-south collector street cuts off the property. And so some property kind of ends up between that north-south collector and Wendell.
Right.
A lot of that property is already owned by the same developer. So the question that we have going forward is, where's that road going to end up? And that will inform how we can put any kind of mix of uses here in the future if that is to be the case. So,
but at present, the zoning request would not allow you to.
Correct. But we would have to rezone the section that is, I guess I was east of the current alignment of the north-south collector, which is called Falcon Bridge Extension. I could point to it on the map.
No, I know what you're talking about. Let me ask a separate question. So the text commitments regarding unit types, and I think this will be it for now. The text commitment number where is it? I had it up. Is it number 3 or number 4? There's a discussion of unit types and you described it, I think in a way that was understandable. I just want to make sure it's clear. The proposed uses, actually, I'm looking at the site data chart. Is the intention to build 1 unit type? Or is the intention to build 2 unit types?
I would say the intention is to build 1 unit type that could be, so it'll look like townhomes, but they might be legally multifamily.
So text commitment 4 says this development shall consist of at least 2 different types of units. And then it goes on to describe variation of those units. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is what you described what you just described in answering my question sounded consistent with your presentation. It's really 1 unit type and there's variations, but is that text commitment an effort to kind of redefine how the UDO defines housing types, which is really explicit that there are townhouses, there's apartments, et cetera? I'm a little confused. Is there
No, I think
wordsmithing going on there?
that's all consistent with the UDO. I mean, it just, when you drive by the site, if it's built in the way they envision, it will look like 1 unit type. They may technically be 2 different unit types though. Because townhomes are 1 lot, 1 parcel. Multifamily, you can have multiple units on 1 lot.
Let me ask the question differently. Could you explain the second sentence of the text commitment 4? And I'm just trying to understand why text commitment 4 is written the way that it is.
I don't have it in front of me, so well, actually I do have it in front of me. Hold on. Let me look at the commitment. Commitment 4, you said, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I mean, I think in the commitment, it's talking about how you would differentiate in this condition what the unit types are, right? So the second sentence is the unit types may vary by width of the unit or number of stories, or vary by driveway location, meaning alley loaded or front loaded or garage capacity.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm out of my time, but I think the point about mixing units has been addressed fairly extensively in terms of the comprehensive plan, and I'm just a little unclear as to what's kind of intended here, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner, your Vice Chair.
Yes, for the applicant, you stated that there will be some tree preservation since the UDO or the comprehensive plan was put in during this application process. Can you explain where it will be?
Tree cover, I don't know that we are specifically going to be doing tree preservation, but the tree cover, there is some of it will be in the small stream section at the southwest, and then we will have tree cover, I mean, in other, Laura, are you coming to save me?
Yes, I am. Good evening, Laura Holland with McAdams. Just to answer the question, thank you for the question. So Neil's right. There's a portion of it that'll be within that protected stream buffer that you see in the corner of the site, but there's also a fair amount that will be within the perimeter buffers as well.
So not necessarily preserving any of the large specimen trees that are in the other area of the development. It will be mass graded, and these large trees,
So the
large specimen trees will be sacrificed.
UDO requires us to preserve the major specimen trees in any required project boundary buffer. So I think there will be major specimen trees preserved in those areas.
Yeah, so this is where Neil is talking that the project gets tight because we're required to do a minimum density of 12 units per acre. So when you do that coupled with tree preservation and all the other things, it does get tight really quick to meet that required 12 units per acre, which is why originally when the residential compact zoning district was adopted in the UDO, it didn't have any tree coverage requirements because it's counterintuitive.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Nope. Are we ready to move this case forward?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion. I move we send case Z2200067 Leigh Valley with the associated proffers made this evening onto City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Who got there first? One. It's been moved by Commissioner Trapp and seconded by Commissioner Gorham to move case Z2200067 Leigh Valley forward with a favorable recommendation to City Council with its updated proffers. May I have the roll call vote, please?
Chair Cameron,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shigeris,
No.
Commissioner Cutright,
Yes.
Commissioner Graves Mans,
Yes.
Commissioner Durham,
Yes.
Commissioner Kopak,
Yes.
Commissioner McIver,
Yes.
Commissioner Cease, Commissioner Trapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine,
No.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Woke,
No.
Commissioner Young.
No.
Motion carries 8-5.
Thank you. This time, we are moving forward with case Z2300014. May we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, Brooke Roper, City County Planning again. This is for Sherron Road Apartments. The following information summarizes the application, and I'm just going to give Alexander a second to pull it up. Thank you. Tim Sivers of Cunity proposes to change the zoning designation of 9 parcels of land totaling 24.87 acres and located at 4862 Wake Forest Highway. The current zoning is commercial neighborhood with a development plan, residential suburban 20, and residential rural. The applicant proposes to change this designation to plan development residential 10.602 to allow up to 260 apartment units. The properties are currently designated mixed residential neighborhood on the place type map, and the proposed plan development residential 10.602 zoning is consistent with the designated place type. Staff would like to note that this is an update from the current staff report, as staff and the applicant have had internal conversations, and the applicant is now willing to provide additional commitments. Here is a map of all properties noticed for the neighborhood meeting. The existing zoning is commercial neighborhood with a development plan, residential suburban 20 and residential rural. The site is surrounded by residential suburban 20 and residential rural. The aerial map shows the general location of the project within Southeast Durham. Moving on, the applicant has included the text commitments, numerous text commitments, including 5% or 13 income restricted units, $10,000 contribution to Durham Public Schools, 2 additional amenities, and a 10-foot shared path along NC 98. The applicant has held a neighborhood meeting on March 29th, 2023, where 15 residents were present. And as noted previously, based on recent conversations with the applicant and the willingness to provide additional commitments, the proposal is now consistent with the place type map designation. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. At this time, the chair is opening the public hearing. May the applicant please come forward.
Good evening. Can staff pull up the PowerPoint presentation, please? Is it here? Oh. Is it sharing? Thank you. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Tim Sivers, President and CEO of Cunity. I'm here tonight representing our owner and the applicant, Cody Reddy and Rama Krishna. I'd like to thank staff for their work on this project, especially over the last few days and over this past weekend, creating some additional commitments that I'd like to review tonight as well. This project, excuse me, there we go. This project is located at the intersection of Sherron Road and NC 98 and includes 9 parcels with multiple zoning designations. While the site gross acreage is 24.87 acres, the bisecting stream minimizes the developable land into approximately 17.7 acres. Along with our proposal of 260 apartments for this site, equating to a PDR of 10.6, the site is consistent with the place type of mixed residential neighborhood. In addition, the owner is committed to provide 5% affordable, 80% MI for 30 years. Our team understands that this intersection is heavily traveled and can create backups. Even though it was not required, we completed a traffic study and our traffic engineer is here with us this evening if there's any questions. And yes, this project will be required to follow all recently approved UDO text commitments for the mass grading, tree coverage, double silt fence, use of flocculants, and the larger sediment basins. This map identifies that our site is consistent with the current mixed residential neighborhood place type map. And this map identifies our proposal for the PDR density of 10.6 and shows that these proposed apartments will be in walking distance to the nearby commercial shopping center to the east. In addition to our proposed rezoning, this development will be extending the current city limits and include all the project area. Since our development plan is a text-only submittal, I wanted to provide this opportunity for each of you to visually see this proposal. The project is clearly divided into 2 development areas with the stream bisecting these areas. We have committed to 1 vehicular stream crossing to minimize our environmental impact. The access point connecting to NC 98 to the north will only allow right turns, minimizing the impact of the heavily traveled NC 98 corridor. This will place the full access on Sherron Road aligned with the existing street across from the Ravenstone neighborhood. If you were to zoom out from this map, you would see the mostly single-family homes as well as the Ravenstone shopping center. This proposal brings a different housing type to the area, and these residents will be able to walk to the gym, grocery store, restaurants, as well as a choice of pharmacies. In highlighting a few of the project text commitments, this development will provide a minimum of 5% affordable housing at 80% AMI for 30 years. We'll minimize our environmental impacts by reducing our stream crossings and ensuring buildings are set away from the site boundary and naturally vegetated areas. The existing infrastructure is in place or will be constructed to meet the needs for this 260-unit apartment development, along with providing maximum building heights and recreational open space areas. Our commitment to improving both pedestrian and vehicular transportation elements include the 10-foot shared path along NC 98 and Sherron Road, turn lanes in both directions on Sherron Road, and limiting access to allow right turns only at NC 98. Tonight, as mentioned earlier, our team would like to make a few additional commitments to our proposal. First, we want to increase our school donation to $35,500 to provide the commitment of $500 per every student increase. Additionally, we'd like to provide the following commitments, including native tree plantings, increase our tree coverage to 24% minimum, providing 4 electric vehicle charging stations, and ensuring our stormwater control measures and recreational open space will remain outside of the stream buffers. This proposal is consistent with 13 of the comprehensive plan policies while exceeding the UDO with 5 of those policies. Those include new housing type in the area, preserving and creating play areas, providing affordable housing, encouraging pedestrian transit through its location next to the commercial center, as well as preparing for student growth as we committed to increasing our school donation this evening. And in summary, I encourage you to vote in favor of this recommending approval for this project that is in front of you this evening. It is compatible with the immediate vicinity while also providing new housing types to the area. It's consistent with the place type designation and exceeds some UDO regulations while commits to minimizing our environmental impact and providing our affordable housing. Thank you. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call the community. Can you go back up to that one slide where you increased your proffers? Will everybody get that?
Sure.
Make sure everybody got that real quick. Move forward.
Right there.
Thank you. Donna Stanback.
I'm clicking and then it's not coming up.
I think they need help.
That's not what. Full screen. Trying to figure out full screen.
Okay, you want to, oh, okay. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. I'm Donna Stainback, a lifelong resident of Durham and this community. The plan for Sherron Road Apartments has numerous issues. I'd like to, Brooke just stated that there would be townhomes and apartments, but Tim's presentation or the applicant just stated only apartments. If it's just apartments, it's not abiding by the policy 174 and 175 for mixed housing units. So that's confusing. I'd like to request that this be single family homes and townhomes with mixed due to existing traffic congestion, complexity, and crashes in the area. Townhomes or apartments will need a new ladder fire truck. We also agree with the planning department that the plan should also offer tree preservation and dedication of publicly accessible green space. And Southeast Durham has over 16,000 new dwelling units approved and not built. This will provide for an additional 37,000 people, plus potential addition of 1,250 students for a charter school. Lick Creek Basin and Little Lick Creek has over 39 subdivisions under construction. Say no to further destruction in this one area until infrastructure is provided. This has been presented before, but just for reminder, 150,000 new units was identified within the UGB, and 60,000 per the Triangle J Council of Government is needed for 2050. That's 90,000 excess units proposed by this place type.
Thank you.
This is a dangerous, dangerous intersection. I've seen 2 wrecks.
Next, we have Pam Andrews.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day. I want to talk tonight about first responders. I'm going to shift to what I normally do. Durham's response times for fire department and EMS are not meeting the standards per the Durham audit from October 2022. Recommendation 1 was the Durham Fire Department staff should continue monitoring response times to ensure service delivery is within acceptable levels. Recommendation 2, the Durham Fire Department should incorporate the impact of future growth on the service delivery and their methodologies. This is not happening, folks. The target times were not met over the 4 years cited in this study for fire or EMS. The data chart in the bottom right corner is for 23-24 only for Lick Creek and Little Lick Creek only watersheds. We have 12,858 dwellings built out or in the process, over 100,000 vehicle trips per day per a TIA, and 29,600 people moving to that area with no increased fire service. 39 subdivisions, no fire service, no increased ladder service. We visited fire stations yesterday. Some of the policies not being met are to ensure that new developments within the urban growth boundary are giving us emergency services like EMS, fire, medical, police, community safety. There is no police station anywhere in Southeast Durham. Policy 122 tells us that Southeast Durham needs fire service, but no new fire station for this area is in the budget or the capital improvement plan. On slide 3, I want to point out really quickly, we went to Station 8 yesterday. There is one fire engine. There is one truck that pulls the boat. That's the only fire engine. It went on 2 calls while we were there. 3 firemen when there's supposed to be 4. We are in a crisis with first responders, folks. And lastly, this is in the comp plan. Notice in Southeast Durham how many places need fire service, fire service, fire service, fire service. Our citizens are in jeopardy. We need to say no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Wanda Allen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Wanda Allen, and my address is on record. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'd like for you to look at the chart on your screen. You see that Little Lick Creek is already rated as a D. I'm saying it again, it's a D. This is not Wanda's data. This is data from Durham City of Durham. Tonight, you're going to hear 3 of the 5 public hearings are going to be related to Little Lick Creek. There's going to be Sherron Road, Foxfire, and Clayton. This site is basically in the protected watershed because of erosion and sediment discharge from the water stream runoff. In addition, Little Lick Creek has been stated as a 3OD list. This means that the city should do something to protect this area. Oh, the city knows that there is devastation. In February of this month, there was at the work session, there was a great detailed discussion of $18 million to clean up the South Ellerby Creek project. Okay, so let's think about where we are right now. 1 mile down the road from this development, Sherron Road, 1 mile is Grove Park neighborhood. Let's look at what Grove Park it costs to clean that up. 6,000 feet, $1.3 million. And that includes $100K from the HOA. So you can see what that amount is. Now let's listen to more dollars that we as taxpayers are paying. The North Carolina Land and Water Stats say $46.7 million has been allocated. The city of Durham and the county has paid $58 million to clean up this watershed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pam Williams.
Good evening, all. My name is Pam Williams. I'm a lifelong resident of Durham County, and my address is on file. Talking with community members that live on Hocutt Road adjacent to this site, those of us who must travel past this site, and business owners in the area of Sherron Road, NC 98, Patterson, and Stalin, one of the overall concern is traffic accidents and safety. 98 is over capacity now, adding almost 2,000 additional vehicles per day from this apartment site, and as many as 14,000 vehicles per day due to developments are under construction within 2 miles that are listed on the right side. Business owners also say their customers cannot get into and out of their driveways now. These apartments will have an impact on the public, create more congestion, encourage higher traffic volumes, thus reduce safety in the area. Regardless of right in, right out, left turns, right turns, safety is an issue because higher density apartment increases traffic volumes and creates more conflict points where two vehicles could collide. In 2017, NC 98 Corridor study said that NC 98 was over capacity and a level of service D. I know the TIA now on this one doesn't state that, but that's what was stated there. There is no major roadway infrastructure improvements proposed in the 2050 transportation plan for this area. And even if it was, they couldn't be built out prior to the 3,000 dwellings under construction now and over 28,000 vehicles per day. I am going to go ahead and say that we have 65 accidents at this intersection. Or crashes at this intersection along just on NC 98. Here's a list of them, and increasing the volume out here would cause even more. 3 accidents were involved and 1 was a bike.
Thank you.
But 3 pedestrians, sorry.
Next, we have Cecil Woods. Sorry. He had to leave? Okay. Ronnie Turner.
Thank y'all for letting us come and talk. My name's Ronnie Turner. I live at 203 Hocut Road. I've lived there for over 25 years. This community has been a wonderful life for us. My family and the friends that we have on this road has been a positive impact in our lives. Just as a note, I've been at both of the community meetings we've had. One was online lately and the other one was done in person at the library. The people at the library voted, and I think the community should have some say about what they do and don't have. We voted unanimously for these people to leave and never come back. Well, they find somebody else, this gentleman, and they start it all over again. We don't want it there. We live there. We've lived there a long time. You tell them they're going to the grocery store, the one with nothing on the shelves because they can't stock it fast enough. Or the drugstore that Bob Hicks that lives beside me takes 3 or 4 days to get his heart medicine because they can't keep it in. One of these days he's going to die because they don't have what he needs. We can't get police. We can't get fire. EMS comes when they can. There's a shortage of each of these. We were promised schools when they built Brightleaf. They found a loophole. They only built 1 out of the 3 they promised. And that's the same thing that's going to continue to happen to our government, our community, because we don't ever get fulfillment on the promises that are made to us. We want our kids to be educated. If we don't educate them and take care of them and nurture them, who's going to sit in these seats in 20 years? Bunch of people that didn't live here, don't know anything about this community. We need to do these things just to protect everything that was brought up and taught in this community. I do appreciate y'all listening, but you've got to come out and look for yourself. Words just don't meet it. You can take pictures that go a mile to a mile and a half long of the traffic that are just sitting there waiting to get through these intersections. It's a disgrace to what we've built.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the gallery that would like to speak? Yes.
My name is Whitney Harris. I reside at 1008 Chancellor's Ridge Drive, Durham, North Carolina, 27713. Madam Chairwoman and also Commissioners, again, we appreciate you being here and listening to us as citizens of Durham and people who truly want this community to be better, and we do want this community to grow. But as many others have stated, there's a right way to do that, and then there's a wrong way to do that. And the promises, as they have said, being made by a lot of these developers, I see this where I live, are not being met. We have major issues with our school systems, not being able to have access to school. My daughter missed 4 days in the past 3 weeks because schools were closed. We don't have the funding to pay the teachers. We also have an affordable housing issue. 5% is not enough. We have the power to tell these developers who are making millions on these projects to do better. When our teachers have to drive to Snow Camp and Roxborough and Efland, hours away from where they work because they can't live here, that increases the need for them to have higher salaries and better compensation. We are doing ourselves a disservice by not putting more pressure on these developers to meet the needs of this community that we're allowing them to build in. They have the funds, they have the resources. They could choose to spend that money and make sure that homes are affordable. When I moved here, our homes in our neighborhood were selling for around $250,000 to $350,000. Those same homes are now selling for $500,000 to $700,000. My daughter is not going to be able to afford to live in Bull City, which we love. We come downtown, we spend time at the Bulls games, we go to DPAC shows, we support local entrepreneurs and their businesses. Those people will not be here if we continue to not make space for them. And when you have projects that are not committing enough to schools and to affordable housing, we are not helping the citizens of Durham, and that is a major issue. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. For the record, I would like to say I'm pretty proud of this commission. In the past couple of years, we have pressured developers, and they have done a lot more with the proffering for the school system and the affordable housing, a lot more than what was in the past. Do we have anybody on Zoom that would like to speak? Mimi Kessler.
Good evening, me again, Mimi Kessler. My address is on record. I'll make this short. I'm worried about the school issue as well, the water contamination, the first responders, and the traffic and the number of crashes at that intersection. I did hear about how they were going to put in a right turn only and all that stuff. I really don't think that that's going to make any difference. Because it's the intersection that is the problem. And I know that it's probably hard to, listen to a bunch of us ladies get up and talk about things that we're worried about, but we're also kind of tired of being told, don't you worry your pretty little head about something. And we've expressed concern about first responders, which includes police and fire and EMS. And so and then there's water. They told us for a long time, oh, we got plenty of water for all of these places. And then, a couple of weeks ago in the city council meeting, all of a sudden now we need to hook up to a quarry because we don't have enough water. So, I'm sorry if I don't believe those telling us not to worry, because things are already bad and now you're going to add to it. For a while back, it was discussed by the Planning Commission that we should just have no more development in this area until the community can catch up, and for the infrastructure to catch up. And somehow that's gone away. And I think that we should not approve this because the community and the infrastructure cannot manage it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak? We have Tina Motley Pearson.
Hey, there's actually 2 slides. I don't know if Pam Andrews or someone can put them on real fast. I sent them to Alex Cahill earlier. Okay, there you go. Great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tina Motley Pearson. I live at 2205 Olive Branch Road, and I'd like to draw your attention to the recent aerial photograph. And please notice all the sediment flowing to Falls Lake from new development in the Lick Creek watershed. Can you imagine how much sediment has actually accumulated in the last couple of years? You can see Rolling View Marina in this photo, and they have reported 2 feet of sediment in 2 years, and that was like a year ago. So Policy 86 says, protect Durham's drinking water sources, ensure that all residents have access to clean drinking water following equitable investment in water infrastructure. Protect water sources that provide drinking water for adjacent counties, in this case, Wake County. Is this being met? No. Next slide, please. It has been noted that Durham has the strictest watershed protections in the state. For example, critical watershed from full pool elevation for Wake County is 1/2 mile, and for Durham, it is 1 mile. The protected watershed is the remaining area up to 5 miles from the lake. It may seem that Durham is being more protective, but when you compare the amount of impervious surface allowed in Durham versus Wake County, you get a different story. The minimum lot size for Durham is 2,000 square feet, and the minimum lot size for Wake County is 40,000 square feet. In other words, Durham allows up to 70% impervious surface in the protected area, and Wake County allows up to 30% impervious surface. That's a big difference. Please vote no on the Sherron Road apartments. It's too much impervious surface, and developers clearly are not able to keep the sediment on site. Our small community is bursting at the seams and cannot handle the influx of development without appropriate infrastructure. The developers have literally taken
Thank
over
you.
Southeast Durham, and they make their money
Thank
and move
you.
on. Thank you.
Is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak? Please use the raise your hand feature. All right, seeing no one, the chair is going to close the public hearing at this time, and we are now open for commissioner discussion and questions. Commissioner Cease.
Thank you to everyone who spoke and to the applicant. Whereas my comments in the preceding case focused on what I think are some important but nevertheless very technical issues, what really came out of the commentary that we heard from the members of the public and from the applicant's presentation are really more general and overarching and have informed a lot of the conversations this commission has had over the past couple of years in conjunction with the comprehensive plan work. And so I just want to express appreciation for those of you who have spoken, particularly the folks who have been living in the community for a long, long time. But I also think those comments really captured a lot of the conflicts that come into every conversation and consideration that that our body and that the council or county commissioners, the council has to address when they consider an application. And I appreciate the applicant committing to 5% AMI for 30 years. That's been something that is, that our council has asked for, that we've sought after earnestly. There's one kind of aspect to the site relative to the transportation issue and the intersection, which obviously has issues, but people talk about the intersection being an issue. Well, the intersection is an issue because there's so little network, but this site has access and it has the right in and right out. And I guess one question is, was any consideration given, or is there the intention to allow access through the site to be public because the streets are indicated to be private versus public? Could you just speak to that point? And I'm not speaking about the streets throughout. I'm just, literally a network connection, point A to point B across the site.
Tim Sivers with CUNITY. So the access points, again, will be connecting onto Sherron Road as well as NC 98. Because it is an apartment development, they will be private. However, it does not plan to be gated. So technically, it's not going to be stopping anyone from coming through, but it will be a parking lot style, just like a standard apartment complex.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And I kind of guessed that might be the case. I think that's just an important consideration in circumstances like a site such as this, where an extra network connection could really be beneficial as this area builds out. Nevertheless, the connection is going to be there, even though it's private streets, which isn't necessarily my preference, but it accomplishes the objective of connectivity. And to the kind of reference to teachers having to drive so far to live in this community, or versus housing costs in this community, I mean, that is the challenge, right? If we stop allowing housing to be built, if we fight every housing project, especially housing project that does include affordable housing, then we're just contributing to that problem, and that is a real overarching problem that is impacting lots of the conversations and lots of the considerations that folks make. So, I just wanted to highlight that kind of collective quandary we're all in. What is acknowledged is that adding supply does help on affordability, and it may not be adding a little bit of supply, but adding a lot of supply does help. How that supply gets added is really the purview of this commission's focus. So anyway, I appreciate the application that's before us. I appreciate that it's consistent with the place type map and that the proffers are what they are. So thank you.
Commissioner Cutright.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate this project. I think it's a solid project. One question is, and maybe this, I don't know who this is appropriate for. I don't even know if this is appropriate for staff, but I'm sensitive to developer sort of fees. I'm also sensitive to the environmental aspects that we've heard about time and time again. Today, I don't think that there's a fund, if you will, an environmental fund that can be contributed to. So you think affordable housing fund, we think the public school fund. The numbers that I just saw related to cleaning up of some of the creeks, to me says, while, it's sort of becomes a problem of sort of the culmination of lots of developments, contributing to that cleanup could be helpful. I don't know how one of those funds gets created, but to me, that strikes me as an idea to maybe, it doesn't solve the problem, but maybe it helps a little bit. And as it relates to that, what was it, $58 million or something? Every little bit helps, but just a thought. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Cahill, but.
Thank you, Commissioner Cutright. I can add maybe just a little bit of response, but not probably as thorough as it needs to be. So we are exploring that. What we're finding is there are a few snags in a nexus between what funds we can collect fees on, who manages it, how they're maintained, how they're distributed. But we are going through that sort of legal process. We're actually looking at it through the Keep Durham Beautiful process, as Brooke reminded me. And even with that, it's taking us some time to figure out how to do that. So we're going to keep thinking about that, what that looks like. But as of now, we don't have a solution to what that fund would look like.
Thank you. Chair Shigaris.
Yes, I have a question for the applicant. You stated that there was walkability to the grocery store and the gym or drugstores. And this is a very bad intersection, and it's a lot of accidents and pedestrian accidents. What is the walkability? Is there a sidewalk? Is it completely connected? Are there good crosswalks there? Is there going to be a crosswalk at the entrance over to this Ravenstone and then up, or are people just going to be walking in the road?
So our connections will have pedestrian connections out to the road at both NC 98 and Sherron Road. We will have a 10-foot multi-use path, which will be essentially a concrete sidewalk that's 10 foot wide along our frontage. That will connect to the existing sidewalk. That will allow anyone to walk up to the intersection. It is much safer to cross at the intersection because that is a lighted intersection, a signalized intersection, than at the driveway entrance of either location. So essentially between the Walgreens and I think it's a Shell station on the opposite side, but essentially at the NC 98 and Sherron Road intersection. I'm not sure if there's crosswalks there off the top of my head, but I do know that it's a signalized intersection that is a cleaner cross area. There are sidewalks and ramps at that intersection.
Yeah, I'm not on the on Google Maps overhead, which might not be the latest picture. I'm not seeing any crosswalks. Arlene, transportation, how do we get crosswalks or the walk button?
So Earlene Thomas, Transportation. I'm looking at the aerial photography as well. There are currently no striped crosswalks at the intersection, but they certainly can be put on our operational list for installment. As all legs of the intersections, have appropriate accommodations for them.
And with the striped crosswalk, that comes with the pedestrian button crossing and appropriate handicap.
Those are typically part of our intersection improvement projects when we do pedestrian improvements at signalized crossings, yes. I'm not certain if that's currently funded in our program, but I can certainly follow up with you to get you that information.
Okay, thank you. And how long does that normally take? To put in the crosswalks with
I can't give you an estimation on the construction timeframe. It's not a lengthy one. Obviously, the signal design has to be modified and the project bid and ultimately constructed.
Thank you. The public hearing is closed. Are there any other? Sir, you're out of order. Are there any other commissioner questions? Yes.
I'd just like to make a comment. It's not really a question directed to anyone, but the decisions that we make that go forward to the city council have consequences. And I've had an opportunity to visit this community and observe, the real world consequences of our decisions. And I'm telling you, if you hadn't been out to this particular community and other parts of the community where there's large developments in underway or in process, you really should go. It would be worth the time and investment to go to these communities. It is impactful in a way on the people who live in these communities that can't be measured. And so I think we as an advisory board need to do a better job of looking at all of these projects impact on a particular community, not necessarily on the case-by-case basis that they come before us and its impact on our county down the road. And so I think we really need to take a closer look at what it is that we're doing. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions concerning this case? Comments? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to add a little bit of context because I think there's maybe times that staff don't step up when we probably should. And so this is going to be one of those times. So y'all are going to learn more about annexations and you'll learn more about why. Sounds like at the end of the night. But one of the things is the fire department, police department, solid waste, public works. I'm missing a few departments, transportation. They go through and they do an analysis of these projects when they come in. And so I'm looking at the corresponding cost benefit and annexation impact analysis that the council will see, but up until this point, y'all haven't had the opportunity to see things like that. And it says that, fire does not identify any concerns about serving the area. The response times, we don't have that live data right now. That is something hopefully we're working on. But they identified they don't have any issues serving the area or the site. They also identified what capital expenses, equipment and operational expenses, and personnel expenses they will need through the fiscal year 2033. And so I just want to color this a little bit with the fact that this analysis is done. It's done concurrently, and y'all haven't always seen that because it goes to council. And I just want to say that because I think it's important, because the police department, fire department, or other partner departments work really hard to do an analysis on each of these, not just in isolation, but also in a comprehensive kind of way. So I just want to make sure that we are maybe a little more transparent about that.
Thank you. Any other, yes, ma'am. Commissioner Kovac, sorry.
Yes, thank you. So just to follow up on that, Alex, I appreciate that additional context. And knowing more about the cost benefit of these cases in the bigger picture is really helpful. Is that to say that while we're hearing sincere, real concerns, and I really appreciate hearing from residents, I think it's really impactful to those of us serving on this body, that there are provisions being made for investments to address what they see as the needs in these areas, I guess, is question one. And then so question two is, what kind of input are they getting from the community to inform that decision-making? Because it sounds like there's a disconnect between what, in this case, fire is saying is needed and what we're hearing from the lived experiences of people who are in this community.
That was a really good question for your first night. And I won't attempt to answer it with any sort of, subjective opinion. But what I can say is, fire department, police department, solid waste, they have specific criteria they use to review projects, to identify what capital and personnel expenditures they need. I understand that if a response time is, 4 minutes, that 4 minutes through lived experience is a long time, and it has a lot of impacts. So I can't negate that experience. But what I can say is the criteria used, or the other departments use, is not based necessarily on lived experience, but it's based on specific calculations and criteria that go into that. We are actually going through a process where we're learning more about which each of those calculations are over the next 5-6 months right now as we meet with each of those departments. And so we might actually be able to provide some more information once that kind of process is wrapped up.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to bring us back in to this case. Any questions regarding this case specifically, and not global questions? Are we ready to move this case forward?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I have one other question.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just have a question for transportation, just about connectivity for this case and this part of the county. And I'm just trying to weigh both, I think the intention that the developers brought, the applicants brought in terms of some of the proffers that are responding to some of the requests of this body and the needs of the community, but also thinking about contributing to auto-centric sprawl. And I'm just wondering how a case like this and the others we're hearing factor in when we're thinking about the long-term planning for transportation and the investments that we plan on making.
Earlene Thomas, Transportation. So I think really the question you're asking is getting towards how we handle long-range transportation planning for an area. And the Durham Chapel Hill MPO is the regional planning agency that addresses those issues through land use modeling and travel demand modeling and developing a transportation plan for future implementation. Those projects obviously move through a prioritization and funding process and occur over time. They are more long range in nature. So they take all of the development that's occurring as well as look at the future land use plans and anticipated development and build out. And those things are considered as they develop their long range models and plans. So globally, that's how it's accounted for. And then at this local development, individual case level, if a traffic study is warranted, we attempt to get at mitigation efforts at a more localized, site-specific level.
So this is a case in many cases that are driving more growth to this area, then that will be evaluated as part of the long-range planning for the MPO for their future investments.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to move this case forward?
Chair, as it relates to case Z2300014 Sherron Road Apartments, make a motion that we move this case forward to City Council with a favorable recommendation. With
Second.
with additional proffers.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Valentine to move case Z2300014 Sharon Road Apartments and its associated new proffers forward with a favorable recommendation to City Council. May I have the roll call vote, please?
Chair Cameron,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shigeris,
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright,
Yes.
Commissioner Graves-Mans,
Yes.
Commissioner Durham,
Yes.
Commissioner Kopak,
Yes.
Commissioner McIver,
No.
Commissioner Cease,
Yes.
Commissioner Trapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine,
No.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Woke,
No.
Commissioner Young.
No.
Motion carries 9-4.
Thank you. Before I'm going to call a break in a second here, I'm going to appoint Commissioner Gary Cutright also to the UDO committee. So just wanted that on the record. And to ask maybe Alexander if we could maybe get a session to talk about all this global stuff for the commissioner. Find a date on the calendar for the commission, the planning commission, to take a couple hours or something to educate everyone what you just talked about.
Absolutely. I'm hearing a request for a global retreat sometime in the
Yes,
next.
a global retreat. Awesome.
All right.
Thank you. Take a break for 10 minutes, come back at 9 o'clock, and the chair will be Vice Chair Shigeris. I have a 9 o'clock meeting I gotta go to. Thank you.
There's no place like home. Home is where the heart is.
Can I help you? Oh, thank you so much.
It is our place of safety and warmth. Home is where love resides, memories are created, and laughter warms the heart. That's why the Durham Human Relations Division is committed to enforcing the Fair Housing Act, which prohibits unlawful discrimination based on race, color, disability, religion, sex, familial status, or national origin.
We don't always agree who to pull for on game day, but we all can agree that litter is bad for North Carolina.
Here's some tips to ensure that your garbage and recycling gets picked up. 1. Your cart should be put out for collection before 6 a.m. on your collection day. 2. Your cart should be at least 3 feet from all other objects such as mailboxes, telephone poles, fire hydrants, trees, and other carts. 3. Your cart should be no more than 3 feet from the curb. 4. No vehicles should be blocking your carts. The mechanical arms on our trucks need direct access to your carts and cannot reach around vehicles. To find more information about garbage and recycling pickups, go to this web address.
I count on Durham for awesome adventures and great bike shops.
I know I can count on Durham for great sports in every season. I always count on Durham for amazing cultural events.
I count on Durham for its innovative ideas and the determination to bring them to life.
I count on Durham for community and a place for everyone.
I count on Durham to do a good job and to celebrate our success.
Did you know that the city of Durham counts on these individuals? In a city of more than 260,000 people, you're looking at residents who are making their voices count, people who care about the past, the present, and the future of the city of Durham. And you know what? It doesn't matter how much you're
Or young.
Whether you're passionate about the economy,
The art scene, or the plight of the homeless.
In fact, we have nearly 30 boards, committees, and commissions that you can participate on.
The requirements are to be a Durham City resident and be current on your Durham City and county taxes.
Durham is your home. You can count on Durham to be there for you.
Can we count on you to be there for our city?
Can we count on you to be there for Durham?
can we count on you to be there for our city?
Can we count on you to be there for Durham?
So come on, get involved, apply today. We can count on Durham, but can Durham count on you?
It's game time and the recycling champs take to the field.
Let's see their moves. This is some bold play calling. It'll pay off.
To the trash can for the plastic cup.
That's a tricky one.
Garden hose to the trash.
Ooh, nice move.
Only loose items in recycle carts, no plastic bags.
Visit the Durham Waste Disposal and Recycling Center at East Club Boulevard to drop off paint cans, electronics, tires, and more.
We all win when we recycle right, Durham.
I came to the city of Durham to improve living conditions for residents. And I stayed because I'm encouraged to advance my career. The city of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the whole city, visit durhamnc.gov/careers. Vine a la ciudad de Durham para mejorar las condiciones de vida de los residentes. Me quedé porque me apoyan a avanzar en mi carrera. La ciudad de Durham, donde las carreras se encuentran con la comunidad. Para conectarse con una carrera que sirve a la ciudad del Toro, visite durhamnc.gov/careers.
Yeah. That one doesn't work. Every time. Said it did it to you. If I need help tonight, that's not the written comments. It's making the fun thing again. It's not just you, it sounds.
No.
No access to it or?
Unless we have, when I put in my email address, it never sends. But then if I I know, I mean, like, that's why I had to left the late.
Well, let me know if it works.
Okay.
We'll work on it.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to be resuming the meeting. The next item is Z2300018 Clayton Road Townhouses. May we have the staff report, please?
Good evening again, Brooke Roper with the City County Planning Department. This is Clayton Road Townhouses. The following information summarizes the application. I'm going to give Alexander a moment to pull up the slides. Thank you for bearing with us. I'll just go ahead and get started. So Jared Edens of Edens Investments proposes to change the zoning designation of 5 parcels of land totaling 5.075 acres and located at 1019, 1023, 1025, 1027, and 1029 Clayton Road. The current zoning is residential suburban 20. The applicant proposes to change this designation to planned development residential 6.897 to allow up to 35 townhouse units. The properties are currently designated mixed residential neighborhood and suburban commercial on the place type map. The proposed PDR 6.897 zoning is generally consistent with the designated place type of mixed residential neighborhood, but is inconsistent with suburban commercial. If the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the place type map to designate the entire area as apartment and townhouse neighborhood, as the characteristics and policy associated with this place type is more aligned with the proposal. Here's a map of all the properties noticed for the neighborhood meeting. The existing zoning is residential suburban 20 with a textual development plan, and the site is surrounded by residential suburban 20 and commercial neighborhood. The aerial map shows the general location of the project in eastern Durham. The applicant has included textual commitments, including the construction of a 10-foot path along the frontage of the site along the west side of Clayton Road, the preservation of the existing cemetery, and the increase of the erosion control sediment basin. The applicant held a neighborhood meeting on May 2nd, 2023, where 3 community members were present. Finally, the proposed PDR 6.897 zoning is, as I mentioned, generally consistent with the place type map designation of mixed residential neighborhood, but again, inconsistent with suburban commercial. Staff recommends a change to designate the entire site as apartment and townhouse neighborhood, as the characteristics are more aligned. Policies not met through the development plan have been noted by staff to be due to the proposal's lack of commitments to affordable housing, dispersion of open space on site, and the absence of mitigation measures for projected students that may be generated by the development. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for questions.
At this time, the chair is opening the public hearing. May we have the applicant, please?
Good evening. Jared Edens with Edens Investments. Appreciate Brooke's summary of our project and plans help on this project. I'd just like to provide some additional info and some clarifications. As Brooke mentioned, we're seeking to rezone 5 parcels on Clayton Road near the Clayton Cheek Road intersection. They total roughly 5 acres or roughly 1 acre apiece. The first thing I'd like to talk about is the place types map that Brooke had referred to. And it's accurate for sure that one of the 5 parcels is not consistent with the place types. I'm trying to find my exhibit here. Alex, do you know where that survey is?
Try to pull it up online.
Okay.
Go ahead and keep talking.
Yeah. So Alex is getting a survey of the property. You'll see on the survey when he pulls it up that so there's 5 tracts. The northernmost tract, which is closest to the intersection of Cheek and Clayton, is designated for suburban commercial, and that's the one that we're not consistent with. The other 4 are designated for residential, and our townhome project is consistent with that. The reason that we don't believe that northernmost piece should be commercial is because, as we'll see in a minute, the cemetery on the side that was referred to in the staff report is actually located on that northernmost parcel near the roadway at Clayton. It's actually right in the middle of where any driveway would be for commercial or any building near the street or any parking. The cemetery is sort of right in the middle of that front parcel. So it's a lot easier to work around that cemetery by extending the residential and fitting some pockets of townhomes around it, as opposed to trying to create and maybe force a commercial use on that 1 acre of the property. The cemetery, we actually did some extra work to verify the extent of it. We did an initial field survey where we, located tombstones and headstones and located it that way. But we also had a company come in behind that and do some ground penetrating radar work. Basically, I don't understand the technology, but they take equipment and radar and, send radar underground that gives you a survey of where voids are in the ground. And it helped us determine that the cemetery is actually about 10 to 15% larger than what was shown on the survey. So it's actually a little bit larger and even more impactful to what a commercial use might be on that parcel. But I think the intent when the plan was drawn up was to have a mixture of uses near the intersection with commercial at the intersection of Cheek and Clayton with residential adjacent. And you still have that even if this townhome project is approved and modifying that 1 acre piece. There's still 5 to 10 acres of commercial property adjacent to us up to Cheek Road and west of our property. And so the intent can still be met. It's just a slight modification to the boundary between the two uses. I do want to offer, we have a couple of additional proffers. And we just missed these in the original application and never caught it along the way. We always make these two proffers, but we will have a $5,000 schools payment. The staff report says that there are 10 additional students from this development. So 10 students at the $500 per student rate would be a $5,000 payment. And we would be making a payment to the Affordable Housing Fund of $35,000. That's $1,000 per unit for the 35 units. And I guess I'll go back. If you can see on the survey, you see on that northern piece, the cemetery located right in the middle of that parcel up at Clayton Road. That's what I was just talking about. I also need to clarify, staff had asked me to clarify text commitment number 14 regarding front gables. That text commitment should read that there will be at least one front-facing gable on each individual townhouse dwelling unit. There was some confusion as to whether we were talking about each structure, which may have between 3 and 6 townhomes together, or if we were talking about each individual unit. We're talking about each unit, so I want to clarify that. We have a couple of environmental items. We're doing the oversized sediment control pond. A couple of other things we're doing internally. We can't really make them a text commitment because the planning staff doesn't really have a way of checking things internal to the units and checking that on a site plan and construction drawings. I mean, we can add a note to the site plan, but we will have low flow toilets. This was in an effort to meet some of the green building requirements in the comprehensive plan. We'll have low flow, dual flush toilets, and we're also going to be committing to low VOC paint. It's internal paint that has roughly 15 to 20% of the pollutants that you find in normal paint. That paint smell, the strong smell from paint when it's freshly painted is high VOC paint. This is sort of the opposite of that. I know that rock is sometimes an issue in Durham. We did do a geotechnical report for the property. We did not find any bedrock within 15 feet of the surface of the site. And I do not see us moving that much dirt and changing the grade that much to construct these units. So I don't think rock will be an issue. But in summary, I just think it's a sensible project. If you look at the area, zoom out just a bit, you have a mixture of uses now. You've got some manufacturing to the west. You've got some industrial flex space. You've got the school to the south within walking distance, and you've also got plenty of single-family residential. But the one thing you don't have, there are no townhomes. There's only one housing type in this part of town. And I think townhomes that are going to be fairly affordable compared to the normal market. I talked to the builder today, and I said, if if the units were being sold today, which is how I preface anytime I quote a price, it's if they were being sold today, and things obviously can change. But the number I was told was 299,000 as a starting price point. And I think having, 35, up to 35 townhomes that are in that $300,000 price range as compared to what is allowed by right, which is 11 larger single-family homes that are going to be a higher price point. I just think the townhomes are a better option. And then that's what we have before you this evening. So I appreciate your time and be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you. Community members in person, we have signed up to speak. Donna Stainback. Nope, they look like they have left. Pam Williams. Jared Edens, he just spoke, so. Is there anybody on the Zoom meeting that would like to speak? Please use the raise your hand. Yes, Mimi Kessler.
Hi, Mimi Kessler again. I have a question. When you talk about constructing what sounds like a sidewalk, does that have a curb associated with it that would keep the cars in the road as opposed to being able to jump over into the sidewalk? Thank you.
Yes, I guess that's for the applicant. Can you address the question?
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways to do it. Because you've got a bike lane required, which is typically 4, or I think the new standard may be 5 feet. And then you've got sidewalk that would be behind the curb with the bike lane. But the other option is to provide, and you're seeing that on other projects, is just a 10-foot shared multipurpose path that's on our property. So you would have the roadway and then the ditch on the side of the road, and then a 10-foot path on the outside of the ditch. So you don't have curb as a protection, but you have the ditch as a protection, and that meets DOT standards.
Thank you. Anyone else? On Zoom? Steve Harrington.
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. Good evening. Stephen Harrington, President 1015 Clayton Road. And looking at the maps we have available, it looks like I guess the primary access is from the Clayton Road side. There appeared to be some construction over on the cheap road side that would potentially end up being adjacent or clear out of an adjacent driveway or right away coming into the community from Cheap Road. And so I didn't know if that was part of the project or if the entrance exit for the community, if approved, would be strictly coming in on Clayton Road.
Yeah, our main driveway will be to Clayton Road, obviously. I'm not aware of any construction in the area or going on this site. I mean, we've had equipment there to do the geotechnical borings to check for rock, but there's no construction activity on this site. We're not doing anything now.
I don't see any other hands raised. So we'll close the public hearing and open for commissioner discussion and questions. Any comments? Commissioner Williams?
Hey, so I wanted to ask, it looks like you've offered a 10-foot shared path along the front of the development. Will that path tie into any other development along that road, or are there any sidewalks along that road Because it is very close to the high school.
Yeah, there's sidewalk to the south. There's a fairly recent single-family subdivision just south of us that has installed sidewalk. But our property doesn't reach to that point. So there's 2 or 3 parcels between our site and the single-family home site that would not have sidewalk. I mean, over time, you would think that those sites would be redeveloped at some point, and then that's sort of how the system gets built, but it doesn't connect to it. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Cease?
Hi, thank you. I had 2 questions for staff. The first question pertains to the proposed place type map that's indicated, simply shows changing that northern parcel from the commercial back to the mixed residential neighborhood. But in, I think, your presentation and in the first kind of the prefacing comments, there's a staff recommendation to change it all to apartment townhouse neighborhood. Can you
That
elaborate
is
as to why?
correct. Apologies, we'll need to update the place type map. It should be all apartment and townhouse neighborhood for the place type map recommendation.
And what's the thinking, because this is a relatively small site? What's the thinking behind going to the effort to make that change, I guess?
Yeah, so essentially, looking between the mixed residential neighborhood and the apartment and townhouse neighborhood, staff, we simply believe that this proposal is more in line with the apartment and townhouse neighborhood. I believe one of the reasons is that the apartment and townhouse neighborhood place type list that, the mixed residential neighborhood place type list that development should occur on primarily undeveloped land that's forested. This site does have some buildings on it, which was one of our reasonings.
Okay, I guess, thank you.
Can I just add to that real quick?
Sure.
And some of this is, we don't, it's not a choice that we want to. Legally, when there's an inconsistent zoning, we do have to change the place type. It acts as a future land use map essentially. So if the zoning is inconsistent with the place type, we have to change it. We don't have a say legally in whether we can or not.
Okay, I guess I'll have to go back and look at the way in which the mixed residential neighborhood is characterized in the place types map. I thought there was some flexibility in terms of sizes of parcels, but maybe that's more with the other types. And I guess I should clarify the reason I'm kind of asking that question, and this is a theme across my comments for all 3 of the cases tonight that I've been a part of, is that I do think the place types map is a really useful tool for kind of informing both public conversations and also our considerations. And so that's why I'm asking about the specifics here, because I see it without delving into the details, Alex, that you described. I see it as kind of a flip of the coin for a site this small, and that's not to diminish the distinctions that are made in the place types. Anyway, so that was the source of that question. The other question I have is also for staff. I think I mentioned this to you earlier, the comprehensive plan consistency checklist where policy 37 is referenced, which speaks to designing new developments that prioritize pedestrians. Anyway, it speaks about building placement, pedestrian accommodations, parking in the back, things of that sort. And the checklist indicates that it will meet UDO requirements and that it's therefore consistent. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Yeah, of course. So with our new consistency attachment, we have 4 different categories that a policy could fall under, or the proposal could fall under based on that policy. So we have the policy is not applicable, the policy is not met, the policy is consistent by meeting UDO requirements, and then we have the consistent by exceeding UDO requirements. So our staff internally, the growth management team, reviewed all of the development related policies, and that's where that list is coming from. And we worked through each one to see whether or not It could be consistent by meeting or exceeding, or whether or not it would just be, not met or exceed. So kind of a roundabout way of saying we as staff believe that it would meet UDO requirements, so it would be consistent. However, of course, you can use your best judgment to see it's not necessarily exceeding.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking forward to the ways in which the new UDO would better align with the comprehensive plan policies. I'm not convinced that it does so yet in ways that correspond with the way that's represented. That's a kind of detailed consideration and obviously something that we'll tackle with the UDO subcommittee. So thank you for the answer. And then just lastly, comments for the applicant. I appreciate the items that you addressed, the additional proffers that you mentioned. You've been before us a lot, and you've listened to us in terms of the things that this commission has indicated as desirable, and I think you've assembled the application here in a manner that's consistent with a lot of those comments in the past. So I appreciate that.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair, thank you. Question for the applicant. So I see that there's not necessarily a high bar for community engagement for these rezoning applications in this process. And I see in this case that there was one community meeting with 3 attendees. I also see that this census tract has a median household income of $44,000, well below the city and county. I see that it has a higher level of evictions, 63% cost burden, and 93.9% people of color in the community. And so I was curious, what did you hear from those 3 attendees at the community meeting? And do you feel that you've appropriately gotten a sense of the needs and wants of this community in developing this project?
Yeah, and appreciate the question. And, I've done a lot of these zonings, and, often the number of meetings we have is really based on the size of the project and what is the initial engagement from the first meeting. So if I have a meeting and I have 50 attendees and a lot of controversy and whatnot, then obviously we'll have second, third, and fourth meetings. As I recall at this meeting, there were 3 attendees. 2 were our immediate neighbors to the south who have had some subsequent conversations with since then, but there wasn't a lot of hot button issues or sticking points, from that initial meeting. So we didn't have a follow-up, and especially since I had been communicating directly with the neighbor after that point. So I don't know if that answers your question. I think it suffice.
Saying that there's a small project and there didn't seem to be hot button issues raised, and so there wasn't a lot of follow-up after that.
And not a lot of community interest. We invited a lot of people, but there was just not a lot of people interested.
And I know it's a small project, and so this puts us in a bit of a different situation than when we're talking about 700 units or 300 units. But, what was your consideration for having some of the units be affordable versus just the contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund?
I mean, I have learned the hard way that when you're below 50 units, it's very hard to pencil out even one affordable unit, 1 or 2 units. I mean, I've personally, I think the first project in the Searles Basin that had affordable units was one of my projects 4 or 5 years ago. And I've felt like I've sort of led that charge and sacrificed a good amount of money on my own part to provide affordable units whenever we can. But the couple of times that I tried to do it on the smaller projects, the projects almost didn't happen. And so just for financial reasons and in an effort to try to keep that price point at that $299 ballpark, which is sort of unheard of in most of the local market, I just felt it better in this case to just make a payment of the fund and let that money be used elsewhere.
Any further questions or comments? No? All right, may I have a motion to carry this, to move this case forward?
Madam Vice Chair, I make a motion that we move case number Z2300018 Clayton Road Townhomes with the associated proffers made this evening on to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
May I have the roll call vote? It has been moved by Commissioner Trapp and seconded by Commissioner Cutright to move Z2300018 Clayton Road Townhomes forward with a favorable recommendation. May I have the roll call vote?
Chair Shigaris,
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright,
Yes.
Commissioner Graves Mans, Commissioner Gurley,
Yes.
Commissioner Kopak,
Yes.
Commissioner McIver,
Yes.
Commissioner Cease,
Yes.
Commissioner Trapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Woke,
Yes.
Commissioner Young.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Next item on the agenda is Z2300021 Fox Crossing II. May we have the staff report, please?
Evening again, Brooke Roper, City County Planning. As Alexander pulls up the presentation, I'll begin. So Tim Sivers of Cunity proposes to change the zoning designation of 3 parcels of land totaling 25.56 acres and located at 734 South Miami Boulevard, 1220 Lynn Road, and 101 Spring Street. The current zoning is residential urban 5. The applicant proposes to change this designation to plan development residential 12.750 to allow up to 320 apartment units, with at least 3% of the units being designated income restricted and between 2,000 to 7,000 square feet of commercial and/or public and civic use. The properties are currently designated mixed-use neighborhood on the place type map. The proposed plan development residential 12.750 zoning is generally consistent with this designated place type. Here is a map of all properties noticed for the neighborhood meeting. The existing zoning is residential urban 5, and the site is surrounded by residential urban 5, office and institutional plan development residential. The aerial map shows the general location of the project just southeast of downtown Durham. The applicant has included text commitments, including 1 internal elevator per apartment, 3% or 10 units designated as income restricted, 10% less impervious surface than the maximum allowed, 1 electric vehicle station per apartment building, 25% of the tree canopy to be native species, 2 additional site amenities, and a contribution to Durham Public Schools in the amount of $34,000. The applicant held a neighborhood meeting on March 9th, 2023, where 8 residents attended. While the proposal is generally consistent with the place type map designation of mixed-use neighborhood, the proposal does fail to meet some of the comprehensive plan policies due to the following: not prohibiting mass grading and failing to utilize green infrastructure or innovative stormwater management practices. Thank you, and staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you. May I have the applicant, please?
Yes. Thank you, Brooke and Alexander, for an excellent staff report. Good evening, Vice Chair Shigaris, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Patrick Vicar. I live at 2614 Stewart Drive. I'm an attorney with Morningstar Law Group, and I'm here tonight representing KDM Development out of Raleigh. With us tonight are Peter Crossett of KDM, along with Nate Buquin of McAdams, our traffic engineer, and Tim Sivers, the president of Cunity, our site engineer for Fox Crossing Phase 2. I hope everyone on the Planning Commission has had a chance to drive by this location and see Fox Crossing Phase 1. I am happy to report that Phase 1 of Fox Crossing will be open to new residents in March, providing 168 much-needed new apartment homes for Durhamites on the south side of Lynn Road. Our KDM team is proud of the curb appeal and the build quality you can see here with Fox Crossing Phase 1. And we hope to continue that with Fox Crossing Phase 2, the 25.5-acre site we are considering tonight. It is important to see how Fox Crossing fits into this section of Durham. I have been working on development projects in our region for almost 30 years. During that time, it has amazed me how the Triangle region kept expanding to the hinterlands of Wake County, like Holly Springs or Zebulon, while the 4 or 5 miles that separated downtown Durham from Research Triangle Park remained essentially undeveloped or underdeveloped. Fortunately, that is no longer the case. Durham has, over the last few years, developed or redeveloped that 2 to 3 mile stretch from Durham Tech south to RTP, and I hope you've seen the Skinnell Properties Regional Commerce Center on the west side of the Durham Freeway. Of course, Durham Tech has been a fantastic community resource for our residents for many years, and Durham Tech is only about 2 miles away from Fox Crossing. In addition, I'm working on the annexation of the Palmer Edge Life Sciences and Light Manufacturing Business Park, which is already zoned industrial light. And we hope that development will bring good paying jobs to this section of Durham as well. For almost a year, Morningstar has been working on the team for a very dense 1,800 unit development called Brickworks that is less than a half mile away to the north. Accordingly, Fox Crossing Phase 2 is a great infill development, and I think it sustainably and successfully is filling in that gap between downtown and RTP. Given the job training and the job opportunities that are nearby, it makes sense to increase the potential number of apartments on this 25.5-acre site from the 217 allowed by right to the 320 that would be allowed with this rezoning. It is important to highlight that we are following the relatively new place type map, which I think wisely designated this site that's surrounded by vacant land to the west, behind a church to the south, and the East End Connector Freeway to the north and the east, as mixed-use neighborhood. To that end, we are committed to building at least 2,000 square feet of commercial or civic space on site as well. For all these reasons, we respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval. We appreciate your time tonight. I'd like to reserve the balance of my time for rebuttal, and our team will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I failed to say I was opening the public hearing prior to your speaking. No, we're good. Just thought I'd say it now, just in case. So we'll call the community members in person who have signed up. We have a Melanie Curie.
Hi, my name is Melanie Curry. I live at 1315 Lynn Road. I've lived on Lynn Road my whole life. We're a very small community there. Unfortunately, a lot of my neighbors didn't feel comfortable coming and speaking tonight because they don't believe you care about our opinion about how we live. We're a very small community, a very small section between Highway 70 East and Pleasant Drive. 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. We used to have a sign that said no big trucks, but unfortunately, when they built Fox Crossing 1, one of their big trucks happened to hit the sign that said no big trucks, knocked it down, and no one's bothered to pick it back up. I happen to have Fox Crossing 1 live in my backyard at the very end of my property. And now we're here to talk about building a new one right across the street. It's hard to talk about this. I'm so sensitive. I don't believe these developers have done their due diligence in researching the very serious animal welfare impacts that this development is going to cause. Specifically, there are endangered species and threatened species living in the Little Lick Creek that these developers aren't even aware of. Either you care about that or you don't. There's been no plans, no thoughts, or any concerns whatsoever to the residents that already live in what this gentleman determined to be a vacant area. It's not. It's the last intact piece of forest that lines Highway 70. You tear that up, where are the residents that already live there going to live? They have nowhere to go. Either you care about that or you don't. The current residents there hope that you'll take into consideration the our concerns, and we hope that you will please keep the zoning as it currently is. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have John Curie.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Curry. I have a special interest in this planning since I live at 1222 Lynn Road, which is slapped next to the southeast portion of this project. My family has lived here for paid taxes for 85 years. Across the road, they've already approved Fox Crossing I, and their exit is directly in line across the road from my driveway. My house is actually just 25 feet from the property line of 1220 Lynn Road. That's a small community. The old maps show the name of the community is Aries Spring Park. And I'll refer to the name of that a little later on, but this is not compatible for a small community of 3-4-story apartment buildings just loom over the small houses that are there. I still live at the old home place, and these woods that'll be developed were my playground when I was a kid. And they've been speaking about Lake Creek. The widest portion of that creek runs right through the center of this development. The spring that I mentioned in the name, Aries Spring Park, is at Spring Road, that's the name, in corner of Carter Avenue, and it feeds fresh water into Lake Creek, which runs into Jordan Falls Lake, of course. Those woods and the creek are the last refuge for the wildlife in that area.
Thank you.
There's a passage under Miami
That's all right.
Boulevard,
I'm sorry.
but you've already approved 60 acres Wesley Downs directly across the highway from this. So if the animals, they already started cutting trees and the big equipment moving in. So the animals come under the highway and they go to this area. When the construction starts there,
Thank you. The time is
I
up.
don't know where they'll go. I'm sorry?
May we have Pat Titus, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Next speaker in person listed is Pat Titus.
Oh. Well, I have been, my name is Pat Titus and I live at 1310 Lynn Road. And I have been living in this neighborhood for over 30 years. It's a small community. And it was a major sacrifice to adjust to what happened in Fox Crossing I. They were not very nice to their neighbors. I went to some of the initial planning meetings, and there were changes made that were not part of what we were told, including buffers. And they added buildings, one next door to my neighbor Wanda on Pleasant. And, you know, nobody's really, or I haven't heard anybody address the decrease in property values when apartment buildings come in. It certainly decreases the pleasure of living in a small community, because we don't have, it's built for a small community, and now it's not going to be. I urge you to reconsider and keep the zoning as it is. And I would really appreciate you doing so. There's, let me just, I worry about the seniors too. I mean, the people talking about EMS being able to get to where they need to be and police coming. But senior centers, it's, you know, hard on us.
Thank you.
Mhm.
We have Donna Stainback listed, but she is no longer here. Patrick Biker, but he'll come back later. Pam Williams, she is no longer here. Paul Joffron. Joffron.
To advance the slide or go back, you can just do arrow or enter. So arrow either way. Yep. Or enter. Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Thank you for this time. My name is Paul Joffrian. I have lived at 705 Pleasant Drive with my wife, Patricia Sykes, for the last 23 years, within 400 yards of the proposed site of this project. I would like first to take a look at Fox Crossing 1. I don't know that I'm throwing out an accusation of truth in advertising malfeasance, but if you pull up the website for Fox Crossing 1, you get a description that it's located in Research Triangle Park, epicenter for techies and innovators, a stroll away from vibrant local bars and restaurants. I can honestly tell you in 23 years, the closest bar to this location is whether you want to call it a private gentleman's club or a strip joint, it's 1.5 miles away on Andrew Avenue, and it closed during COVID. The closest restaurants are 1.25 miles away. Fast food, a treacherous walk down south on Highway 70. So, this is just a small matter, but the big picture is that we have not seen the traffic output from Fox Crossing 1 on a street that is overburdened already. This is a traffic picture taken on January 17th, Wednesday afternoon. The diagonal red line on the right is Highway 70. Diagonal red line on the left is 885. The red circle is circling Andrew Avenue, pictured here. The red line there is traffic congestion before we see traffic from Fox Crossing 1 and Fox Crossing 2. Fox Crossing is landlocked. There is no, whether you have sub-outs to Spring Street or other areas, it's a little bit irrelevant because the only way out of this area is by Highway 70 and by Andrew Avenue. Those outlets are overburdened. Southeastern Durham has been overburdened with projects such as this, and infrastructure has not kept up with what the developments are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tim Cybers. Whitney Hartz.
Good evening. My name is Whitney Harris. I live at 1008 Chancellor's Ridge Drive in Durham. I stayed because my neighbor asked me to speak on behalf of their project as well. And even though I don't live near her, I've never met her, I do consider her my neighbor because everything that you decide here has an impact, whether it's environmental, whether it's water. We heard from Brooke about the water management issues. That affects everybody that lives in Durham. And again, I'm going to bring up fair housing. I know Commissioner Cease, you said, well, we have a supply and demand issue. We have to build more if we're going to meet this. I understand that. We understand that. But then ask these developers, instead of 10 rent-controlled properties, how much is that really going to help people? And you've just approved multiple projects with 5%, 3%. It's not enough. You have the ability to say even 1% more. That makes a difference. It's Black History Month. We're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion where I live and where I work. And my community where I work brought tons of people here today with wealth, with education, and presentations that could wow people. And you voted against their project. This neighbor shared with me that the majority of people that live in her neighborhood do not have wealth and power and voice or trust the system or have internet access, she shared, or they are Hispanic and don't speak English. So just like Commissioner Valentine encouraged you to go to these communities, spend 2 hours, 3 hours on the corner, on these intersections, and see for yourself what's happening. I appreciate that Commissioner Kopak asked the question about only 3 people attending these meetings and seeing what the poverty ratios are in these areas. These are the questions that you have to ask yourselves. And to Commissioner Cutright's point earlier about the first proposal, development is inevitable. We all understand that. So if we're accepting that that is inevitable, how do we make it more equitable? That is what we are charged to do, to help the people who live in Durham. Thank you.
Thank you. Any community members on Zoom wishing to speak, please use the raise your hand feature. Andrew Hefner.
Hi, this is Andrew Hefner. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm a resident at 709 Pleasant Drive, have been for over 20 years. And I have a couple things I want to say. First, I was looking through the presentation from the developer, and they had 10 separate policies that they were not complying with. 48, 50, 70, 79, 82, 83, 84, 85, 108, 109, and 171, which is listed as complying. But when I look at it, there's no way this thing is complying with that one. It says 15-minute walking distance to commercial establishments, restaurants, things like that. And the only thing that's a safe 15-minute walking distance from this development is about a half a dozen car repair places on Andrew Avenue. Anybody who tries to cross 70 as a pedestrian is taking their life in their hands. The other thing that I noticed was the traffic report that was included with this proposal. I have a lot of experience in traffic research, risk mitigation, and I have serious questions about the methodology that was used to put this together. And I'll give you a quick example. So this development that has access only through Spring Street and Lynn Road is estimated to have 1,800 daily trips. Now, both of those roads, according to their own audit, had a total of 450 trips in a day. And they say that the addition of those 1,800 daily trips.
Thank you, Andrew. Your time is up.
Is only 4 to 10%. Doesn't add up.
Thank you. Next on the Zoom. Please state your name and address.
Hi, this is Patricia Sykes. I live at 705 Pleasant Drive. My husband, Paul, spoke earlier, and I wanted to describe the home that we live in, which is very similar to the homes around Pleasant Drive, except for the newer development, as well as the residences of people on Lynn Road. We have a single-story ranch home. One reason we purchased it is because it would be much more accessible for my disabled mother if she wanted to come over. And also it would be a place that we could age in place, because it was much more accessible than many homes. we have significant concerns about the amount of traffic that this is going to put on some short sections of small 2-lane roads. As has already been stated, we do not even know what it's going to look like when Fox Crossing, starts to have residents, when the first location has that. I literally don't know how we're going to get out of our driveway safely. I'm very concerned about that. The intersection where Lynn Road meets Pleasant Drive, there's a stop sign there. And for many years, before Fox Crossing was even discussed, people have been just careening through that stop sign. They have crashed into our next door neighbor's yard on multiple occasions. Previously, there was wooden fencing there, and people were knocked it down so many times they finally just took the rest of the fencing down. We've had people crash into their yard and into their carport. And again, this is without these developments. This is a very small area, just 2-lane roads. The old houses are close to the street. So, if you're going to look at expanding.
Thank you, Patricia. 2 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Any other Zoom participants? I'd like to recall the applicant. Would you like to address any of these concerns, specifically the environmental and the traffic and the impact to the neighbors' property values?
I think would like to address the site issues in particular. Again, Patrick Biker, attorney for the applicant. Again, we're talking about a 25.5 acre site designated for mixed use neighborhood. I think it's important to take a long-term view, commissioners. For over 50 years, our city and our region, Research Triangle Park, waited for the East End connector to be built. It was designated as an important freeway connection back in 1960, I believe. It didn't get completed until whatever it was, 60 years later. And now that that has occurred, I think this site we're considering tonight mirrors what were the priorities that we heard loud and clear for all the years that we worked on our new comprehensive plan. I think I attended every public hearing that y'all held for that. And what did we hear? Infill and densification. Infill and densification. Folks, we're next to a freeway. This site is basically next to a freeway and behind a church. We certainly appreciate the concerns. Many of us live in older neighborhoods in Durham. My neighborhood was built before World War II. We have narrow 2-lane streets. And I'm sorry, my neighbor, Commissioner Graves Mans, we actually share a property line. Stewart Drive, Augusta Drive, Monticello, Steele, 0 sidewalks, built in 1940. And so those are the realities of these infill developments. They're going into the older neighborhoods. We appreciate the concerns. And that's why we did a traffic study. McAdams provided a TIA that analyzed all these issues thoroughly. And so the traffic issues have been addressed in terms of housing. Again, we're providing EV stations, providing elevators in the buildings so that we are, doing everything we can to make this an appropriate infill densification. Again, that was a message loud and clear from our comprehensive plan, was infill and densification. Providing housing equidistant from our 2 main employment centers, Duke and downtown to the north, RTP to the south, is exactly what our comp plan wants to do. We appreciate the concerns. I gave every person who's here in attendance tonight my direct phone number. Happy to talk to any neighbor anytime about our developments in Durham. Because again, I've lived in an older neighborhood for almost 30 years and I know exactly what they're saying. So we respectfully ask for your approval. Please don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is a good project that follows the theme and the theory of our new comprehensive plan. Our team's happy to answer any questions, our traffic engineer, our site engineer. Again, if we can't put 320 apartments here, along the East End connector, where can we put them? Thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. May we have commissioner discussion and questions and comments? Commissioner Cutright.
Appreciate the presentation, appreciate the project. Think it's a decent project. I think what will make it a lot better is 5% affordable. So go from 10 to 16 units.
Oh, yeah.
10 to 16 to 16 units. And then any chance you can tighten up on the commercial? You got 2,000 to 7,000. It's a pretty wide range. I don't know if you can go like 5 to 7,000. Just tighten up that range a little bit. It's a pretty wide range. I'm just looking for what the thought is around what you're trying to do there.
Mr. Cutright, to answer your questions in reverse order, we'll look at it's a challenge to do a non-residential use in a location like this. It's a challenge. So with all due respect, I think we'll go with the flexibility we have between 2,000 and 7,000 because we're really not sure. I mean, if we're fortunate enough to gain approval, the first folks we'll talk to are the church next door. We want to make sure we're a good neighbor with whatever non-residential use we have. In terms of affordability, we can increase our proffer to 5% of the overall. I think that's a really strong proffer, Commissioner Cutright, for this reason. If you look at the delta between the 217 that are allowed by right to the 320 requests in this rezoning, 5% overall is actually over 15% of that delta because we're adding about 100 units and 16 of them would be affordable. So I think that's a worthy endeavor to you like that?
It's a funny math. I like it. It's
Pretty
funny
good.
math.
That's pretty slick. Well,
All right.
attorneys and math are always a scary combination, but but we can increase that to 5%, sir.
Thank you.
Any other Commissioner Thies?
Thank you. I'm curious if there was any consideration given, and I don't know off the top of my head, maybe staff does, or maybe the applicant has it readily available. Well, and let me preface this by saying I'm probably the person in this room who's least interested in buffers. But was any consideration given to offering an additional buffer to the existing parcels along the south versus whatever may be offered by ordinance?
Yeah, Commissioner Cease, one point that I think may allay your concern is that after we submitted the project, the October 2023 UDO amendments took place. So the mass grading buffer puts in a 30-foot perimeter buffer automatically.
And so is that to be undisturbed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, clearly the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Clearly, there are some compatibility issues with the two streets that provide access to this site. I think that the way in which kind of the summary response that was provided, which attempted to characterize this as utterly consistent with kind of all these conversations about comprehensive plan. I think there's a lot of nuance and detail there that should be addressed more specifically relative to the limited and historic nature of the two existing roadways of Lynn and Spring, which provide the limited access. But that by default is the access to this parcel, given the highway infrastructure. So it's a really, difficult call from that perspective. And I would say that in general, more should be done and needs to be done within the public rights of way for those two existing streets. But general is that commentary is speaking to the existing conditions. What the land use decision that we're tasked with addressing is the existing zoning, not the existing conditions. and the proposed rezoning. So that delta that you mentioned in terms of units that are allowed by right relative to the units that are being requested, that's a really critical consideration. And to be able to get some affordable housing units out of that delta is significant for the city. There's one more thought that I wanted to make. It's late, I've forgotten it, so I'll come back to it.
All right, well, Commissioner Cease gathers his thoughts. I have a question for the applicant, same as what Commissioner Cutright. 2,000 to 7,000 square feet of commercial and or public and or civic use. Any idea? I mean, a Starbucks, a coffee shop,
It could be any of those. It could be a daycare. We'd have to check on the state. Obviously, the state has its own body of regulations for daycare. I don't know if that church next door has an active daycare. Some do, some don't. I believe they do, but a lot of them are cutting back. That's the most difficult nut to crack in these types of mixed use projects, is what non-residential use would actually be viable, given what Commissioner Cease just said about Lynn Road, Spring Street being our access points. What would actually be able to function there is hard to say. So it could be a WeWork space. That way people wouldn't have to commute every day if we built something that along those lines. I think that was a proffer in one of our other mixed use neighborhoods recently. I think that's, we welcome suggestions, but really it's, it could be small retail, could be daycare, could be co-working space. I think those are the three top options.
yeah, perhaps some input from the community members,
Sure.
especially within the 15-minute community, which
Yep,
is one of
great.
Durham's goals. So we could address this traffic issue and perhaps they could get a need met and within a walkable perhaps type.
That's a great idea. My direct line is 919-590-0384. Call anytime. Appreciate this suggestion.
Thank you. Any other? Commissioner Cease?
Yeah, I just wanted to state one thing. There was a comment and I think this came up in an earlier case too, about items that this commission decides. I want to clarify, this commission doesn't decide anything. This is an advisory board. We provide comments. We solicit staff's support. They prepare information. We are purely an advisory board. The elected officials make all land use decisions regarding rezonings. And I do think that is a very important distinction to make, not just because of kind of the comments, but because of projects can evolve between what happens in these public hearings and what happens at council. And many projects do, and I would encourage you to, as members of the public and the applicant as well, to continue to attempt to improve the projects as it moves through the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
You know, I want to take this a few ways. First of all, to piggyback on Commissioner Cease's comment, there are votes that happen this evening, and there are also comments, written comments that are provided to City Council. And I know they look closely at those when weighing their own decisions. And so sometimes the nuance can get lost in a vote, but there's more nuance that does get passed along. Next, I want to direct a question to staff just to help me tease out and understand some of this like demographic data that says that there's a median household income of 44,000, so much lower than city and county, labels it as a disadvantaged community per the climate and equity screening tool, but with a potential displacement risk due to cost burden renters of 0%. I'm trying to reconcile those. They may be consistent, but I'm trying to understand those and then think about what the impact is of a development like this and the addition on questions of affordability for longstanding residents.
That's my answer. Thank you for that question. So I'm going to give you a very politician answer, and I'm sorry. We include that sort of information, demographics, to provide a snapshot of what data we have. Data comes from multiple sources, including the U.S. Census Bureau, Durham Neighborhood Compass, and a third source I'm forgetting. we cannot and will not make, prescriptive recommendations based on that data. We simply lay it out and you use it as a criteria to inform your decision making. I don't think staff is equipped to kind of make the interrelated connectedness of each of those in such a limited way on one project, rather than hopefully that helps you provide insight on a larger scale.
I think what I would ask then is if we could just double check the figure for cost burden renters being 0% when there's such a low area median income for the census tract. It's just surprising to me to see those paired together as a follow-up.
Absolutely. We can definitely look into that.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have a question about connectivity, bike ped friendliness. You've pitched this as, including some of your public marketing, right, about the walkability. What is actually in this proposal that would make Fox Crossing connected, walkable, bikeable, safe for residents? What are you committing to provide?
Well, it's upgrading those access points on Lynn and Spring to provide safe ingress and egress. But again, it'd be no different than Rockwood Park, where I've lived for 29 years. We walk and we bike in the street to Q Shack and Thai Cafe and Gugelhof. And it's no different than any other neighborhood in Durham, Commissioner Kopech. It's just an old neighborhood in Durham. And this is an infill development that is going to, I think to a certain extent, it's funny, when I back out of my driveway, I look for pedestrians. I don't look for cars. I'm worried about pedestrians because there's actually more people walking up and down our street, it seems, than there are cars. And I think that it would be helpful to have 320 apartments here, because then all of a sudden you'd have people walking to various destinations for whatever they may need, or just for exercise and to walk their dogs. So it's a reflection of the fabric of Durham, and this is the bringing together our new comprehensive plan to a neighborhood that's been there for many years. I apologize, I don't know the exact date when these homes on Lynn and Pleasant were built. I've had friends from church who've worked there, same as our neighborhood before World War II. Yep. So that's what you're doing, is you're trying to bring a 2023 comp plan to a 1940 neighborhood. And that's the way Durham is developing in some regards. So maybe a challenge.
I'd be curious if any of my colleagues in the commission have other thoughts about, having reviewed the plans, if we should be expecting more in terms of, sidewalks and bike friendliness from this development. Also, just another question that relates to some of the community comments. The erosion of some of the remaining forest, natural space. Where do the foxes cross?
Well, I can
Is there
tell you,
actually
Rockwood Park,
provision
I see them in my yard.
Connectivity and wildlife crossing based on what this is being, how it's being developed?
Again, once the East End Connector was opened up, that sort of changed the whole dynamic of this area. And I was surprised on my neighborhood. I went out and wasn't a dog, wasn't a cat. Oh, it's a fox. So, where animals go, deer, fox, they're throughout Durham, it seems to me. I see them in our backyard. And again, our neighborhood was built before World War II. So it's a challenge, but again, you've got a site that's essentially bounded on two sides by a freeway. What's the highest and best use of that property? I'd say it's 320 apartments. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Williams?
Thank you. I traverse this road quite often. To say that it is similar to other neighborhoods I think is not correct. It's the roads that we're talking about are very small. They have a lot of traffic between Angier and 70, and when we're talking about walking to potential amenities, we're talking about walking on the sides of major highways. I mean, let's be honest. And I think it's important to point out that fact. What people make of it is, up to them and, their thought process. But I do think it's important to point out the fact that this site is, surrounded by a major highway and a very, very busy road. So it's interesting. And I wonder, just for staff, and maybe Arlene, you could answer this. I don't know if you have the answer to this, but is there any plan to, fix up those roads, mainly Lynn? Or are there any plans for any road widening, anything of that nature?
Not along these smaller road types. There are, major improvements on US 70 as they're still being evaluated. But I think, as you're talking about the lane width, there are many narrow 2-lane roads throughout the county, but they aren't necessarily or won't be programmed for widening until there is a significant traffic demand for a 3-lane section or a 4-lane section. But the streets that we're talking about would not fall into that category.
Thank you.
Any further commissioner comments or questions? Commissioner Cease?
Maybe responding briefly to Commissioner Kopach's comments. This site, to the issue of connectivity, this site, and to Commissioner Williams' comments, Spring Street is a narrow country road, essentially. Lynn is not much more than that, although it is striped if you pull up the Google Street Views. And I do think that's a significantly different condition than other neighborhoods. The one mentioned specifically Rockwood Park, which was designed, as an auto-dependent neighborhood. This probably preceded that in some ways. This is just a settlement that, at least in its current condition, gave no contemplation of navigating around and on foot. And the flip side of that is the environmental conditions, the stream corridor. I think this would be a project that would really benefit from having a map of existing conditions to really understand questions of buffers, questions of relationship to the church, questions of the significance of the impact of the stream slicing across the parcel, which of course is the headwaters essentially of the Lick Creek Basin that we've heard all about. Sometimes the level of consideration that we were able to do through the act of the comprehensive plan, and when I say we, I shouldn't say we, staff did an incredible amount of work with a lot of public input, but that was mapping every parcel in the county, an immense lift. And so the level of detail that was able to go into that may not have been able to pick up a lot of the nuances of these conditions. And I'm not sure if the community members who are here speaking from the neighborhood, were ever really aware of or involved in the comprehensive plan conversations. But I think this is it's a real challenging site, and I'm not sure that the highest and best use is 300 residential units. I doubt the highest and best use is the 200 or whatever is allowed by right. But I'm not sure that the community benefits are really there from the standpoint of the difficulty of the surrounding conditions. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Nope. We're good. Okay. May I have a motion to move this case forward?
Chair, as it relates to case Z2300021 Fox Crossing II, I make a motion that we move this case forward with the additional proffer of 5% affordable housing to city council with a favorable recommendation.
Second?
Clarifying question. Is the additional proffer, does it extend the tenure from 20 to 30? So it's not a proffer for affordable housing by ordinance. It's a proffer for income restricted, a 20-year commitment, just 5%.
That's correct. The only thing that changed was 3% to 5% pursuant to Commissioner Cutright's question.
Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying.
I have a second.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Cease to move Z2300021 Fox Crossing II forward with a favorable recommendation. May I have the roll call vote?
Chair Shigaris,
No.
Commissioner Cutright,
Yes.
Commissioner Gurham,
Yes.
Commissioner Kopak,
No.
Commissioner McIver,
Yes.
Commissioner Cease,
No.
Commissioner Trapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine,
No.
Commissioner Williams,
No.
Commissioner Woke,
No.
Commissioner Young.
No.
Motion fails 7-4.
Thank you. Now on to item number 9, adjournment.
You have one item real quick.
Oh, okay.
Turn over to Assistant Director Smith.
Good evening. I'm sorry, my eyes are running. I don't know, the air kicked on, so I have not been crying. I promise that's not what's going on here. So I'll try to keep this brief, but Grace Smith, I'm one of the assistant directors with the planning department. Just have an information item for you tonight. So we've been looking closely at a lot of our policies, our ordinances, our processes, and I think you all know that we have the new UDO that's coming, that we're working on now, will be coming to you, and you'll be seeing through subcommittee and also through all kinds of engagement and outreach efforts. So we're looking at some short-term and long-term process and potentially ordinance changes. And while we were doing these dives of these short-term changes, long-term changes, one of the things that we've identified as a short-term process change is we're going to start we will begin bringing the direct translation zonings to you all for a recommendation. Right now, you're not seeing those, and what they are the zonings that accompany an annexation petition where the applicant is not requesting to change the zoning on the property. They're only requesting the annexation. However, through state law, the city does have to put zoning on the property when they annex it. So that's been happening at the city council level, and it has been bypassing this commission for many years based on a resolution that a commission adopted many years ago, not this commission or the people sitting here tonight. So we've looked at a lot of things closely. We've been working with our legal team, our consultants, whatnot. We're identifying some things where we need to do some things differently. So we're going to start bringing those to you for a recommendation. I can't tell you what it will look like exactly or how to be packaged. We're going to work through that. Alexander and I know that we need to, in the team, the growth management team, we know that there's going to be some details we have to sort out and figure out. So just bear with us. But basically, just an example of what one of those may look like is, and we see a lot of these actually, maybe a single family dwelling or even just a lot that can't really support anything other than a single family house, and they need access to water and sewer. They have to go through their annexation process. That's how our utility extension agreements work. And so let's just say, I'm going to use this for an example. The base zoning is RS20. That applicant requests for annexation, those have been going straight to council, and council has been acting on the annexation and the zoning for the city at the city council level because the base zoning wasn't really changing. But so it's going to be like RS20 county to RS20 city is what it's going to look like. So just an example there. There'll be some other examples. They won't all be like that. Some are not residential, some are. But just wanted to give you a heads up of that. It's coming to you sooner than probably we had expected. We're trying to get some things in order and go ahead and implement some of these short-term changes because we have a lot of long-term changes coming down the road. So fine. If you have any questions, Alexander, I'm here, Alexander's here, Brooke and the growth management team. We also have great legal representation in the city attorney's office. We were really honored to have you here tonight, Aaron. Did you want to just say hello to them real quick? I'm going to put Aaron Miles on the spot here. I don't know how many of you might have met Aaron already, but this is Aaron Miles. Aaron is our Don O'Toole, I'm gonna say it, Don O'Toole replacement. You know, Don O'Toole retired, and so Aaron has come and joined us tonight and watching, and here she is. So here's
Hello,
the planning
everyone. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Aaron Miles. I'm a senior assistant city attorney with the city attorney's office, and I have assumed Don O'Toole's old portfolio. I've been with the city for a little over a year and a half and previously worked with the city of Asheville doing similar work. So I'm excited to be with you all and provide legal advice to the planning department.
Anyway, so that's all I had. Good night.
Okay. Meeting is adjourned at 10:25 PM. Thank you.
And thank you all for the dinner and the gifts. It's very thoughtful of you. Thank you.